Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
He called 911 from a dark highway lot and vanished before officers got there. 9 years later, his skull came back alone. Tonight's story is about a man who did everything you are supposed to do when you are in danger. He left a crowded bar before things got weird. He pulled his truck into the open under a streetlight by the highway, and when two strangers started circling his vehicle, he called 911 and begged for help. Dispatch traced the call. A deputy was sent straight to that spot. The engine of the cruiser was still warm when he stepped out, shined his flashlight across the gravel, and walked right up to the only truck in the lot. The driver's door was shut. The keys were gone. The phone was gone. And the man who had just called 911, who was gasping into the receiver that they would not let him leave, was simply not there. Police searched the woods, the ditches, the fields along that stretch of highway. They used dogs. They used helicopters. They used thermal cameras. For days, that empty lot was the center of everything. They found nothing. Then, almost a decade later, a small volunteer group walked through that same patch of ground and found a pair of boots, a torn hoodie, and part of a human skull. All of it sitting in the middle of the area the police had already searched to death. In this video, I'm going to walk you through what happened on that highway, play you the original 911 call, and show you why some people think the only thing that came back to that lot was not supposed to. 1.1 writing this in the break room 100 words. It is a little after 2 in the morning when I finally run out of excuses not to tell this story. The shop is dead quiet behind the thin beige door to the break room. Out there, it still smells like hot rubber and brake dust, and the weird, burnt, sweet smell that comes off an impact wrench after you have held the trigger too long. In here, it smells like old coffee and microwave burritos and whatever chemical they used on this vinyl table in 1998 that never quite went away. The fluorescent tube above me flickers every so often, strobes the room in a cold blue-white for a second, then settles back down to its usual low hum. The TV on the wall is on but muted. Closed captions crawl under a frozen, smiling anchor talking about a school board meeting in some other county. A weather map glows in the corner of the screen, promising rain by morning. I am not listening. The only sound I am really aware of is the little mini fridge wedged under the counter, a cheap white thing that rattles and drones like it is struggling to stay alive. Every couple of minutes, the compressor cuts off, and the room goes thickly, uncomfortably quiet, like somebody laid a heavy blanket over the world. My laptop is open in front of me. The only other light in the room comes from the screen. I am on YouTube, but not where I usually am at this hour. Not in the recommended tab, not in the comments section of some true crime channel arguing with strangers about what someone really meant on a body cam. I am on a tab I have opened and closed more times than I can count. A plain submission form, black background, white text at the top. A sentence I have stared at for months. Have a true horror story you would like to share? Tell us your story below. I have written this out before. Parts of it anyway. I have opened a blank email to this channel and to 3 others that do the same kind of video, and I have typed my brother's name into the subject line and then erased it over and over. I have written the words 911 call and highway, and they never found his body, and then clicked out, closed the tab, gone back to watching someone else's nightmare instead of sending in my own. This is the first time I am actually going to hit send. I reach up and rub my eyes with the heels of my hands until the afterimage of the laptop screen burns purple in my vision. When I blink it away, the form is still there, cursor blinking in the empty box where it says, "Describe your story." I can see my reflection faint in the black frame around the screen. A tired guy in his early 30s beard, going patchy gray hoodie with my shop's logo on it. Dark circles under his eyes that never really leave anymore. The mini fridge coughs and settles into silence. For a second, it is just me and the whine of the fluorescent ballast and the whisper of air through the vent in the corner. Then, from the other side of the door, there's a sudden clank metal on metal like someone just dropped a wrench or let a lift arm snap back into place. I jerk my head up and stare at the door. There is no movement under the gap, no change in the thin strip of shadow there. I glance up at the little monitor mounted in the far corner of the break room, the one that shows the feed from the security camera out in the bay. The black and white image of the shop appears 4 empty service bays, 2 cars sleeping on, lifts a stack of tires against the wall. No people, no movement. No one to have dropped anything. I listen for a second longer. Nothing. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe the building is just settling. Maybe some tool someone left balanced on an oil pan finally lost the fight with gravity. In this place, at this hour, half the sounds are ghosts of work from earlier in the day. A thin draft slides under the back door behind me. I hear it whistle through the weather, stripping a soft, high-pitched note that makes the hairs on my arms stand up. I pull my hoodie tighter and force myself to look back at the laptop. I know why I am stalling. It is not just because I am tired, or because I am not a writer, or because sticking my face into a YouTube horror video, even anonymously, feels weird. It is because the thing I want to tell them about has been living in my hard drive and in my head for almost 9 years, and every time I drag it out into the light, something about it feels a little different. I have a copy of a 911 call my older brother made the night he disappeared. The cops have heard it. Dispatchers have heard it. A podcaster from 2 towns over has played it for thousands of people. They have slowed it down, cleaned it up, argued over every breath and background noise. They all agree on the obvious parts. My brother was terrified. He was somewhere off Highway 25E. There were other people near his truck, and something happened before the line died. What nobody agrees on is the part that comes just before the call cuts off. Some people swear there is nothing there but wind and static. Some people hear another man's voice, a half syllable of something like "don't." Once in my car outside the lot where he vanished, I could have sworn that same murmur said my name. Other nights, it is just noise again. Either the tape is changing, or I am, and I do not know which option scares me more. On the form in front of me, my fingers move before I have fully decided to let them. I type, "My name is Eric, and 9 years ago my brother called 911 from a dark lot off Highway 25E. By the time the deputy got there, my brother was gone. They searched the field and the woods and the ditches with dogs and helicopters and thermal cameras for days. They never found him. 9 years later, a volunteer search team found part of his skull and his clothes in the middle of the area they had already searched. I have the 911 tape. I think it is changing. I stop there. My throat feels tight. I hit backspace on changing and stare at the cursor blinking after I think it is. On the TV screen, the news anchor's smile freezes in a slightly new expression as the channel shifts to a commercial. The captions lag and then jump into a string of numbers and half words before catching up. The mini fridge kicks back on with a harsh, vibrating hum that rattles the loose spoon in the coffee mug on the table. It is all suddenly too loud. I am not sending this to ask you to solve anything I say out loud, just to hear the words before I commit them to the message. My voice sounds small in the tiled room. I just want someone to hear what I heard on that tape and tell me if they hear it too. In my head, as always, there is another voice under mine when I say tape, a voice lower and hoarser and strangled with fear. Mark's voice. My brother, who spent most of his 20s dragging the whole family through hell, rehabs and relapses and court dates and promises, and then when it finally seemed like he might actually pull himself and us back out, drove into a patch of darkness off the highway and never came home. He was 2 years ahead of me. The first to get his license, the first to get arrested, the first to leave, and the first to come crawling back. He could rebuild a transmission with his eyes half closed and stay awake for 3 days on crap that came in a sandwich bag. He laughed too loud, fought too dirty, loved too hard. That Thursday night in October, the last night anyone saw him alive, he called me at work like I was the responsible one. Like I had answers. My fingers are hovering above the keyboard, but instead of typing more into the submission box, I find myself moving the cursor up to the top of the screen, clicking the little yellow folder icon on my desktop. The File Explorer opens. In the left-hand column, there is a directory I told myself I would delete after the investigation ended, and never did. Audio, Mark. I double-click it. Inside, there are only 3 files: 911 original MP3, 911 cleaned.wave, and a text document, where I once tried to write down phonetically what I thought I was hearing in the background. I ignore the last 2 and move the cursor until it is resting over the first one. For a long moment, I just sit there, the arrow frozen on top of the little speaker icon, the name of the file highlighted in soft blue. My thumb is resting on the trackpad, one twitch away from opening the past. The mini fridge cuts off again. The silence drops like a stone. To explain why that file exists on my computer at all, I have to go back to a Thursday night in October 9 years ago when my phone rang during my shift, and my brother told me there were people walking circles around his truck. 1, 2, the call from Highway 25E1, Luzon 100 words. On that night, 9 years ago, I was the guy with the broom and the key ring, not the guy with the 911 tape. It was a Thursday quarter till 1 in the morning, and I was doing what every night guy at every little highway tire shop does at the end of a slow shift, pushing a dusty broom across oil-stained concrete and pretending it would make a difference. The bay doors were rolled halfway down enough to keep the cold October air from knifing straight through the shop, but not enough to block out the low rumble of the highway. The radio on the shelf over the toolboxes was tuned to the same country station. The owner liked playing some sad song about a guy and his truck and a woman leaving in the rain. The singer's voice crackled through a blown-out speaker, turning the high notes into a dry wheeze. Every time I pushed the broom past the radio, the static shifted, like it did not like being moved around either. Outside, through the open slice under the bay doors, I could see the edge of Highway 25E. At that hour, it was mostly long-haul trucks, their headlights cutting clean white cones across the empty lanes, red running lights pulsing along the tops of their trailers like slow, distant heartbeats. Every few minutes, one would roar past, and the whole building would vibrate a little, tools on the pegboard, rattling against their hooks. I was thinking about nothing in particular. How I was going to smell like rubber and brake cleaner even after a shower. How my boss would find something to complain about tomorrow, even if the floor sparkled. How I could really go for a hot shower and a cold beer and 8 hours of not talking to anybody. That is when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I set the broom against the wall and dug it out. The screen lit up blue-white in the dim shop. The name on it was one I always saw with a little jolt even when things were supposedly good. Mark. For half a second, I thought about letting it go to voicemail. That is what the last few years had trained me to do, let his problems hit the recording first. But old habits die slow, and the reflex to pick up when he called at weird hours was older than the addiction, older than the arrests. It went back to when we were just two kids, and I was the one he called from some party where the cops had shown up, and he needed a ride. I swiped to answer and put the phone to my ear. Yeah, all I heard at first was breathing. Not the lazy, half-drunk breathing you get from someone lying on their couch. This was tight, sharp, like he had been running or holding his breath between sentences. Under it, threading through the spaces, was the sound of air hitting something, a hiss and a low shh, like wind rushing past a microphone. And every couple of seconds there was this little clink, a light metallic rattle like someone's ring tapping on a door or a keychain bouncing off a steering column. "Eric," he said finally. His voice sounded wrong. It was him, but thinner, stretched. "You up?" I looked around the empty shop at the radio, at the broom. "I'm at work," I said. "What's going on?" He ignored that. "I need you to come get me." That sentence in that tone should have set off a siren in my head. Instead, I felt the dull, familiar weight drop into my stomach. "What did you do? I'm not..." He cut himself off. I heard another clink, louder, like he had hit something with his elbow. "I'm not drunk. I'm not high. Just listen." The wind sound rose for a second, then dipped. In the background, faint, I thought I heard gravel crunch under footsteps. "Where are you?" I asked. "Keegan," he said. "Behind Keegan. The old warehouse. You know that pull-off dirt lot behind it?" "Off 25E, I did. Keegan Warehouse used to be the distribution center for some freight company back when I was in middle school. They had gone under, and the building had been empty for years, a big concrete shell with its name half peeled off the sign. Out back was a wide, packed dirt lot where trucks used to line up. These days, it was mostly a place teenagers went to smoke, and people like Mark went to meet people they did not want to meet on camera. I leaned against the counter, pressing the phone tighter to my ear. "What are you doing out there?" "They're walking around my truck," he said, like that answered anything. "They're just walking. Around and around. They won't let me pull out." "Who?" I asked. He sucked in a breath through his teeth. "I don't know, man. 2 of them. Maybe 3. They just came up out of the dark. One of them banged on the bed. They keep telling me to stay put. Truck stays right where it is. That's what they said." As if on cue, I heard that little metallic rattle again, clearer now, knuckles or something hard tapping lightly against metal. "Okay," I said slowly. "Are they cops?" He let out a humorless laugh that turned into more breathing. "No. Trust me. They're not cops." I thought about the last 6 months, about the rehab graduation chip he had shown me with shaking hands, about the way he could not sit still in a chair for more than 10 minutes. About the guy from his old job who had come by the trailer the week before, asking friendly questions about money that had not been paid back. About the warrant Mark swore he was going to take care of as soon as I get this other thing straightened out. There were only 2 possibilities in my head, and neither of them made me feel good. Option 1, he was telling the truth. There were a couple of guys out there in the dark who believed he owed them something, and they were trying to scare him into paying or into doing something worse. Option 2, it was just him and his truck, and the shadow of the warehouse and whatever was crawling around in his bloodstream tonight, making normal silence and normal darkness feel like a trap. "Listen," he said before I could answer. "My engine died. I think the battery's shot, I don't know. It turned over and then just died. They won't help jump it. They don't want me to move. I don't want to stay out here with them." I pushed away from the counter and walked toward the front door just to feel the cool from outside on my face. Through the glass, I could see the faded sign for the shop, the empty parking lot, the highway lights beyond. A semi rolled past, the noise rolling over us. For a second, the call crackled with interference. "What do you want me to do?" I asked. On his end, there was a scrape like he was shifting in his seat. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped, like he was afraid of being overheard inside his own cab. "Bring the 5-gallon can from the shop, the red one. Fill it up on your way. Come here, fill my tank enough to get this thing started, and we'll go. Fast." "That's it," I said. "You need gas, and you," he snapped. "I need you. I don't want to be out here by myself with them walking around. Just bring the can, okay? Come alone. Don't call Jenna. Don't call anybody." "You mean don't call the cops," I said. There was a pause. When he spoke again, the edge was back. "Yeah, especially don't call them. Don't bring anybody with a uniform. You show up here with a cruiser, and I'm gone. I'll run." Out in his cab, the wind noise shifted again. Behind it, I caught something else. A series of crunches, rhythmical like footsteps on gravel circling. And just on the edge of hearing, like my brain might have been making it up, a short burst of laughter from more than one throat. It could have been a radio. It could have been my imagination. It could have been nothing. "Who are they, Mark?" I pressed. "Do you know them? I told you I don't," he hissed. They knew my name. That's it. They knew my name and told me not to move the truck. I'm not playing that game. I'm done playing games with people like this. I pinched the bridge of my nose. The broom was still lying across the middle of the floor like a broken spine. The country song had ended. The DJ was talking about a giveaway at a dealership on Saturday. My boss would be pissed if I left the place unlocked past closing. "You're high," I said before I could stop myself. It came out flat, more tired than accusing. "I'm not," he shot back. "Too fast. I'm not Eric. I've been clean." "Listen, I don't have time to argue about that right now. If you don't want to come, just say it. Just say good luck and hang up." The thing was, I did want to hang up. I wanted to tell him I had done this too many times, that I was not going to drive out to some sketchy lot at 1 a.m, because he had scared himself. I wanted to say I was tired of being the safety net for someone who seemed determined to jump. Instead, my mouth said, "I'll come." There was a tiny silence on the line, the kind of pause that tells you the other person had not fully believed you would say yes. "Okay," he breathed. "Okay. Grab the can. Don't talk to anybody about this. Just come straight here. Stay on 25E, don't take the back road. And Eric, what? If you get here and you don't see my truck right away, call me first. Don't just start walking around." "Fine," I said. "Stay on the line." "No," he said quickly. I gotta watch them. Just come. Hurry." The call clicked off before I could argue. For a few seconds, I stood there, phone still against my ear, listening to the dead air. Out on the highway, another truck thundered past, shaking the glass in the front door. The radio in the bay played another forgettable song. My heart was beating harder than the situation really justified, like some part of me was already further up the road. I grabbed the broom, shoved the last of the dirt into the drain, killed the radio, and started going through the closing motions, almost on autopilot. Lights off in the bay. Toolboxes locked. Side door bolt slid home. I found the red 5-gallon gas can in the corner, half full, smelling sharp even with the cap on. I carried it out to my car, set it in the trunk, and felt the rear suspension dip with the weight. As I backed out onto the road in front of the shop, the streetlights painted long, pale stripes across my windshield. The world outside the beams of my headlights was just trees and billboard backs, and the occasional blinking motel sign, half of its letters dead. A cheap old sign for the Keegan warehouse loomed on the right as I headed toward the highway on-ramp, its faded logo ghostly in the yellow sodium glow. At the bottom of the ramp, as I waited for a gap in the sparse stream of trucks, my phone buzzed again in the cup holder. I glanced down. Same name. Mark. I snatched it up. Yeah. His voice was lower this time, almost a whisper, like he had cupped his hand over the phone. The wind sound was gone. I could hear his breathing loud in the speaker. "If you see another car near me," he said, every word careful, "don't stop. Just keep driving until I tell you." Before I could ask what he meant or what another car was supposed to be, or why the way he said it made the skin on my neck crawl, the line went dead again. I sat there at the top of the ramp with my blinker ticking bath of orange light from the overhead lamp pulsing on my hood, and realized that my brother was not just afraid of the men he said were walking around his truck. He was afraid of a car I had not even seen yet. 3. The empty truck, $1,000, 100 words. By the time I merged onto 25E, the world had shrunk to the tunnel of my headlights, and that last thing Mark said, "If you see another car near me, don't stop." The highway was damp, not soaked, just enough that the asphalt picked up the light and threw it back in a long, smudged streak. My wipers squeaked once every minute to clear a mist that never quite turned into rain. Here and there, the reflectors along the shoulder caught my beams and flared up, then vanished behind me. The farther I got from town, the thinner everything felt. Fewer houses, fewer billboards. The radio towers in the distance like dead trees with red eyes. On either side of the road, the tree line hugged close, scrubby pines and bare-limbed hardwoods, pressed together black against a sky the color of old bruise. After 10 minutes or so, I saw the first sign, Keegan Logistics, for lease the K half, burned out the metal face pitted with rust. Someone had spray-painted a phone number over the old one, and then someone else had sprayed a line through that. The sign leaned slightly, as if even it had given up standing straight out here. I knew the turn before I could read the smaller marker under the main sign. I had watched Mark pull in here before, back when he worked odd temp jobs unloading trucks. The road to the warehouse used to be busy in the daytime, full of rigs creeping along in low gear. Now it was just a darker stitch in the dark, a 2-lane access road with cracked edges and weeds pushing up through them. I eased off the gas and slipped into the right-hand lane, then onto the access road. The tires went from the smooth hum of highway asphalt to a rougher drone. When I passed under the lone streetlight by the entrance, the hood of my car went bright and then dropped back into shadows. Ahead, the bulk of the warehouse loomed up a long, low rectangle against the lighter sky, its loading dock bays like blacked-out teeth. There was a smaller road curling around the side of the building, barely wide enough for 2 cars if they were careful. I took that following memory more than visibility. The further I got from the main highway, the more my headlights were all I had, 2 cones of pale light, showing wet pavement, then gravel, then dirt. When my front wheels rolled off the broken asphalt and onto the packed dirt of the back lot, the sound changed. The steady hum under my feet turned to a dry, crisp crunching. Gravel and small stones popped and shifted under the tires. It was so quiet out there that the noise seemed too loud, like I was driving over a pile of bones instead of rocks. I let the car crawl forward, steering between 2 rows of shadows that resolved themselves into stacked shipping containers as I got closer. They were lined up along the edge of the lot, a makeshift wall of metal boxes, their paint flaked and streaked with rust. Some still had faded company logos on the sides. Others were just a dull, anonymous red-brown. Above them, here and there, high sodium lamps cast down a sickly orange light, but most of the bulbs were dead. The ones that worked buzzed faintly and flickered, leaving pockets of darkness between their cones. On the far side of the lot, right up against a sagging chain-link fence, a pair of amber hazard lights flashed. My chest went tight. I steered toward them. Mark's pickup was parked nose out facing the open expanse of the lot, its tailgate almost kissing the fence. Even from a distance, I could see the mud spattered up along the sides, dried in arcs behind the wheel wells. The windshield was dark. No headlights, no interior dome light, no movement. I pulled up maybe 30 feet away and stopped. For a second, I just sat there with the engine idling and my hands on the wheel staring at that blinking amber. On, off, on, off. The only rhythm in the whole place. There was no other vehicle, no other set of headlights, no silhouettes between the containers. Just Mark's truck, the chain-link fence behind it, and the dark line of trees beyond the fence. I killed my headlights. My car's engine sounded suddenly too loud an intrusion. I turned the key all the way back and the motor shuddered to a stop. The dash lights dimmed and went out, leaving me in the soft glow of a single dome light, like a flashlight with dying batteries. Outside, the hazard blinkers on Mark's truck kept doing their slow little dance. The quiet came in then, for real. No radio. No HVAC. Just the distant whisper of the highway so far off that it could have been the ocean if you did not know better, and the faint buzz from the one working sodium lamp overhead. I opened my door. The interior light of my car swung a slice of brightness out onto the dirt. As soon as I stepped onto the ground and shut the door behind me, the sound of the latch echoed a hollow thunk that bounced off the underside of the warehouse overhang and the sides of the containers. It felt too loud, like I had announced myself with a gunshot. For half a breath afterward, it was dead still, like the world had inhaled and not yet exhaled. Then something vibrated against my leg. I flinched so hard I almost lost my balance. My hand slapped down to my pocket out of pure reflex. The phone was buzzing, jittering against my thigh like it was trying to crawl away. The screen lit my pocket in a rectangle of pale blue. "Mark," it said. I swallowed and answered. "Where are you?" I did not bother with hello. His voice came through in a whisper so thin I had to press the phone hard against my ear to catch it. "You made it," he said. "I can see your car." I turned slowly, letting my eyes try to adjust beyond where my headlights had been a second ago. The lot was wide open except for the containers and the truck's old parking lines faintly visible in the dirt. The night pressed in around the edges. "I don't see you," I said. "Where are you?" "Right here," he said. "I'm right here. Stay by your car." His breathing rasped in my ear. Under it, I heard the brittle crackle of dry leaves or grass being crushed underfoot. It did not sound like the enclosed cab of a truck anymore. It sounded like someone was outside moving. I held the phone to my ear with one hand and fumbled in my jacket pocket with the other until I found the little flashlight I kept there. It was cheap, the kind they give away with the logo of a bank on the side, but the beam was bright enough. I clicked it on and swept it across the lot. The light cut through the dark in a narrow cone jumping from container to fence to the side of Mark's truck. The hazard lights strobed in my peripheral vision, making the shadows twitch. "Flash your lights or something," I said. "Give me something to go on." "I'm not in the truck," he said quickly. "Don't go to the truck yet. Just stay where you are." "Okay, then where are you?" I demanded. The crunch of whatever he was stepping on got a little louder, then paused. There was a quiet clink, like the sound of a zipper pull or a jacket snap brushing against metal. In my mind, I saw him pressed up against that chain-link fence or flattened behind a container. But every place my flashlight touched, was empty steel and sagging wire and weeds. Between his breaths and the tiny noises, there was another sound too, a low hiss far in the background, like a river of distant traffic. It took me a second to realize I was hearing my own highway filtered through his phone from somewhere close enough that the tone of it matched the murmur I could hear with my naked ears. "Who's out here with you?" I asked. My voice sounded too loud in the open air. "Mark, look, I'm here, I've got the gas. Let's just go." "They're still walking," he murmured. "They think I'm still in the truck. They don't know I slipped out. Don't let them see you." I turned in a slow circle, checking the spaces between containers, the shadow under the lip of the loading dock, the gap where the fence leaned away from its post. Nothing moved. The only living things I saw were a couple of moths batting themselves stupidly against the sodium light. "Mark, I don't see anybody," I said. "Do you hear me? There's nobody out here but me." "Yeah," he whispered. "Tell that to," he cut off. For a heartbeat, there was silence except for his breathing. Then, faint and brief, I heard something on his end that made my scalp prickle, a quick scuffing series of footsteps on gravel that were not in rhythm with his breath. Like somebody else had just taken 3 steps and stopped. Before I could frame a question, another light bled into the lot. At first, it was just a dull, moving glow reflecting off the sides of the containers, red and blue smeared into purple. Then it sharpened, 2 tight beams of white sweeping across the far edge of the dirt, followed by a wash of color. Somewhere out on the access road, tires crunched, and then a patrol car nosed its way around the corner of the warehouse, turning into the lot. The light bar on top strobed red, blue, the colors sliding over the corrugated metal walls, spilling across the doors of Mark's pickup. It made the rust look wet like old blood. On the phone right next to my ear, Mark's voice jumped an octave. "Do not talk to that cop," he hissed. "Do you hear me? Don't you dare talk to him." I stared at the patrol car, then at the empty space between it and me. "How do you—" I started, then stopped. Of course. From wherever he was, he could see the same thing I was seeing. The car eased in tires popping gravel, the engine a low rumble. The light bar reflections slid along the fence and across the containers in waves. "How close are you?" I asked him suddenly, very aware of the dark behind me. I turned flashlight sweeping again. Nothing but metal shadows and the dull glint of the hazard lights. "I'm close enough," he said. "Just don't talk to him. Don't tell him I'm here. Hang up if he walks over." Why, I snapped. "He's here because of you, because somebody called static crackled over his next breath, and then the line went dead." I lowered the phone and stared at the screen. Call ended, the little duration timer frozen for a second before fading. The patrol car came to a stop beside my own sedan, angled slightly toward Mark's truck. The engine shut off. The sudden absence of the motor's growl made the hazard blinkers seem louder, the click-click of their relay ticking in the quiet. The driver's door opened with a creak I could hear from where I stood. A man climbed out, the reflective strips on his jacket and the white of his shirt catching the strobes. He was in his 40s, maybe heavy-set, the kind of cop you see on night shift a lot, not fresh, not eager, just steady. His boots crunched as he walked toward me, each step measured. He stopped a few yards away, giving me a once-over with the flat, assessing look of somebody who has pulled up on enough weird scenes that nothing really surprises him anymore. "You the driver of this pickup?" he asked, jerking his chin toward Mark's truck. His voice sounded normal, not threatening, not friendly, just tired. "No, sir," I said. The words felt thick in my mouth. "It's my brother's. I work down at the tire shop on Ridge. He called me, said he was out of gas." The deputy's eyes drifted from me to the truck and back again. Where is he now? I glanced around the lot reflexively, even though I knew I would not see him. He said he might walk to get gas. I lied. I just got here. Figured I'd drive up and down the road, see if I could find him. The deputy shifted his weight, gravel crunching under his boot. His radio crackled softly at his shoulder, someone talking on another channel. He tapped the flashlight on his belt once with his fingers, thinking. "I'm Deputy Sullivan," he said. "Coke County Sheriff's Office. I'm out here because we got a 911 call from this area. Caller said he was stuck and some folks were bothering him in the lot." "Sound like your brother?" I felt something cold slide into my gut. At the time, I pictured a trucker rolling past, seeing Mark's hazards, maybe catching a glimpse of some argument, and deciding to be a good citizen. That made sense. That fit with the idea that Mark was fine, just hiding, just embarrassed and in trouble again. "Yeah," I said, because what else was there to say? That could be him. If I had known then that my brother had already dialed 911 himself before I ever left the shop, that the voice on that tape was his and not some stranger's, I would not have left that lot the way I did. 2.1. The morning after no one slept, 901. Words, I did not walk that lot with him. That is the part I replay the most, even before the tape. Out there under the pulsing red and blue, Deputy Sullivan did what on paper was the reasonable thing. He walked with me over to Mark's truck, shined his flashlight through the driver's window. Then the passengers checked the back seat. The beam slid across empty cloth seats, a fast food bag on the floorboard, a crumpled receipt in the cup holder. No keys in the ignition, no phone on the dash, no wallet sitting dumbly on the console waiting to be collected like a clue in a TV show. "He said he was out of gas," Sullivan asked. "Yeah," I said. "That's what he told me." The deputy clicked his light down toward the ground, following the line of the truck's shadow. No obvious footprints, no drag marks, no dropped something that would make this feel like an emergency instead of a hassle. He walked around the truck once, then twice. His radio hissed on his shoulder, somebody's voice spitting half a sentence before cutting out. "Could have walked," he said finally, more to himself than to me. "There's a station 2 miles up. If he cut across the ditch instead of taking the road, we might have missed him coming in." It was late and cold, and my insides had been in a knot since my phone first lit up with his name. I had called Mark 4 times while the deputy was poking around the lot. Each call went straight to voicemail. The last text I sent, "Where are you? I'm here," sat there with a single gray check mark and no reply. Sullivan must have seen something of that on my face because he softened a little. "Look," he said, "we'll log the vehicle, mark it as disabled. If he shows back up or calls in, we'll know where it fits. You said you were going to drive up and down the highway, see if you spot him." "Yeah," I said. "My kid's at home. I shouldn't be out all night." He nodded. "Go on then. If you see him walking, tell him we'd like to have a word about tying up the line, but we're not out here to ruin his life. Not tonight." He said it with the weary tone of someone who had seen too many warrants and not enough actual danger. In his eyes, this was just another grown man making dumb choices on a weeknight. It was not yet the story I am telling you now. I got back in my car. As I turned the key, the headlights swept once more over Mark's truck and the fence behind it. For a second, I had the irrational thought that if I could just turn them off fast enough, maybe none of this would count. But the engine caught, the dome light went out, and I backed away, tires crunching over the same gravel my brother had stood on. Or hadn't. I drove a slow lap up and down 25E, checking the shoulder, the ditches, the little strips of access road leading to nowhere. I did not see a tall, thin man in a worn hoodie carrying an empty gas can. I did not see anyone. By the time I gave up and pointed the car toward home, it was creeping past 2 in the morning. My eyes burned. My hands ached from gripping the wheel. Somewhere between the warehouse and the trailer park turnoff, exhaustion finally outweighed fear. I told myself what everyone tells themselves when they are tired and in over their head. If it was really bad, somebody would call. Nobody did. Not that night. I slept on my mother's couch that night because I had dropped my son off with her before going in for my shift. The plan had been simple: work the evening, pick him up, crash at her place. Instead, when I finally pushed her front door open, I just stood in the blue light of her living room for a second, watching my boy sprawled out under an Afghan on the recliner, cartoon credits frozen on the TV. "You're late," my mother whispered from the kitchen doorway, though it was obvious enough. Her hair was in a loose bun robe tied over a faded t-shirt. "Everything all right? Work ran long?" I lied. "Mark called. Truck trouble. I went to check. He wasn't there. Cops showed up. It was nothing." I shrugged like I believed it, like saying it that way would make it true. She frowned, the lines around her mouth deepening. "He drinking again?" No, I said, and that part at least was honest. "He'll call when he sobers up." She looked like she wanted to say more, like she had a whole storm of opinions about that, but my son shifted in his sleep, and she just sighed and went to switch off the TV. The room dropped into a softer dark, lit by the glow from the little digital clock under the cable box. I stretched out on the couch, shoes kicked off, and let the hum of the old heater and the soft tick of the kitchen clock lull me under. It felt like I had been asleep for 5 minutes when the noise started. At first, it threaded into whatever I was dreaming, a shrill ringing that would not stop. Then I surfaced enough to realize it was not in my head. It was in the room, the house phone, the beige landline mounted on the wall between the kitchen and the hall, shrilling in that high, insistent tone only old phones have. It cut through the sound of morning TV and the sizzle of a frying pan. I blinked my eyes open. The light in the living room had shifted from blue to gray. My son was gone from the recliner, the Afghan tossed aside. From the kitchen came the sound of the local news this time, with sound on talking about traffic backups on some interstate I did not care about. My mother's kettle whistled on the stove, a rising scream that harmonized unpleasantly with the ring of the phone. Get that she called, because her hands were probably full, and because I was closer. The phone rang again and again. I pushed myself upright, every muscle complaining. The taste of old sleep and stress sat heavy on my tongue. For a second, standing on the thin carpet in my socks, the night in the lot felt like it had happened years ago instead of a few hours. I reached for the receiver and picked it up. "Hello," my voice came out rough. Eric Jenna's voice snapped through the line, high and tight. "Is he with you?" The remaining sleep evaporated. "What? No, who, Mark?" she said like I was an idiot. In the background on her end, I could hear a baby fussing a TV, blaring kids' shows, too loud, a drawer slamming. "He left here last night to go to your mom's. He never showed up. He's not answering his phone. Did you see him? Did he come there after he called you?" I pressed the receiver tighter against my ear as if I could hear my brother breathing on the line if I tried hard enough. "He called me from the Keegan lot," I said slowly. "Truck died," he said. "By the time I got there, he was gone. Deputy came. He said Mark might have walked to get gas. I drove up and down, didn't see him anywhere. I figured he'd gone to a friend's place or just, I don't know. I thought he'd call when he came down," I almost said, echoing the phrase that lived at the back of all our throats when it came to Mark. When what she snapped. When he was ready, I finished lamely. On the TV behind me, the news anchor switched to weather. A map of the state flashed up with bright green blobs crawling across it. The weatherman said something about a cold front moving in. Under that, if I listened past Jenna and the kettle and the TV, I could hear the constant low wash of the highway outside. Even in the morning, it never really went quiet. "He is not at any friend's place," Jenna said. Her voice wobbled on the last word. "I called them. I called his parents. I called you. No one has seen him. His phone goes straight to voicemail." "This isn't like the other times, Eric. He would have called me. Even if he was high, he would have called me." Behind her, the baby's fussing turned to a full-throated cry. She must have covered the receiver with her hand for a second because her voice got muffled. I heard her say, "Hang on, baby, hang on." Then the phone shifted again. "You were the last one he talked to," she said. "You and whoever he called after he left here. I checked our cell bill online. There's a number there I didn't recognize. I'm going to print it and take it to the sheriff's office if I have to." My mother had appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Her face was pale. "Is that Jenna?" she mouthed. I nodded. "What did the cop say?" Jenna demanded. "Did he said he'd log the truck, and if they saw him, they'd talk to him," I said. Saying it out loud now in the light of morning, it sounded thin. They didn't act like it was a big deal. People run out of gas all the time. People walk. People come home, she shot back. "He did not come home." My mother moved closer, one hand closing around the back of the recliner, like she needed something solid to hang on to. On the news, the weatherman was smiling and pointing at little cartoon clouds, like the world was not tilting under our feet. In those first hours, though, we did not go straight to panic. That is important to remember. We were tired. We were used to Mark disappearing for a night or two when he was ashamed or angry or handling something badly. The story we told ourselves, because it was the easiest and because it had been true before, was simple. He had seen a patrol car roll up, remembered his warrant, and bolted. Maybe he cut through the woods, hitched a ride, holed up at someone's place who owed him. Maybe he had thrown his phone into a ditch. Maybe he had sold it. "He'll call when he comes down," my mother said quietly when I hung up with Jenna and relayed the short version. She poured coffee into a mug with a chip on the rim, the steam curling up between us. "He always does." She said it like a prayer she had repeated too many times to count. I nodded, partly because I wanted to believe it, and partly because I did not know what else to do with my face. In the thin walls of the trailer, life went on like any other morning. The floor creaked in the hallway as my son ran from the bathroom to the bedroom, the thump of his little feet making the framed photos on the wall rattle. The kettle whistled again because my mother had forgotten she had left it on the burner, lost in her chanting of "It will be fine, it will be fine." Outside, a neighbor's diesel truck coughed to life, the engine clattering before smoothing out. Somewhere down the row, a dog barked at nothing. The TV in the kitchen droned on about traffic accidents and election polls and a minor fire at a warehouse 2 towns over. I remember thinking stupidly that at least Mark had not made the news. That was the last morning any of us were able to treat his absence as just another bad decision he was going to walk back from. 2.2 Jenna's call, log bombshell, 901,000 words. They called me down to the sheriff's office just after lunch. By then, the house had gone from tense to brittle. My mother had stopped saying "he'll call when he comes down" and started just staring at the phone like she could drag it into ringing with her eyes. My son was at school. The dishes were done, then done again. The local news had looped through the same headlines twice. There was nothing left to do but wait, and waiting made my skin itch. When the call came, it was from a number I did not recognize. A woman at the front desk said, "Mr. Lawson, this is the sheriff's office. We're going to need you to come in and talk to us about your brother." It was not the words that scared me. It was the tone. Flat, official, like a form being filled. I told my mother, and she went pale and sat down without saying anything. I promised I would call as soon as I knew anything more than those words. The sheriff's office was in one of those low brick buildings that could have been a post office or a school or a dentist, nothing dramatic. Out front, the flag slapped in a light wind. The parking lot was half full. Nothing about it looked like the kind of place where people walked in and their lives were split into a before and after. Inside, the air smelled like burnt coffee and floor cleaner. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Phones rang and other rooms were picked up, went quiet. I was halfway to the front desk when I saw Jenna. She was sitting in a plastic chair, pushed against the wall, elbows on her knees, a stack of paper clenched in both hands. She looked like she had been dragged there by force. Her hair was in a messy knot, dark circles under her eyes that no amount of makeup could have hidden. The baby carrier that usually came with her was not there. Someone else was watching the kids. Her whole focus was on those pages. When she looked up and saw me, her mouth tightened into something that was not quite a smile and not quite a grimace. "You got here fast," she said. "Mom drove me to the edge of town," I said. "I didn't want to take the car if—" I let the sentence dangle. "If I needed it later. If we ended up driving somewhere that was not home." Eric Lawson. A deputy I did not know was standing in the doorway to a hallway, a clipboard in his hand. "Yeah," I said. He nodded toward a small conference room off to the side. "You can come on back. She's already started." Jenna pushed herself to her feet and brushed past me into the room. I followed, feeling oddly like a kid being called into the principal's office with a parent. The room was windowless, the kind of space they used for briefings and bad news. There was a long table, 6 chairs, a whiteboard, with the remnants of some scheduling notes still ghosted on it. In the far corner, a coffee maker sat on a metal cart halfway through burning its second pot of the day. Deputy Sullivan was there, standing with his hands on the back of one of the chairs, reading the papers Jenna had brought, like they might explode. Up close, he looked more tired than he had in the lot, the lines around his eyes deeper. "Afternoon," he said to me, nodding. "Have a seat." I sat. The plastic chair squeaked. Jenna remained standing, one hand on the table, the other clutching the papers like a lifeline. "These are the cell records," Sullivan asked her, tapping the top page with a blunt finger. She nodded. "From last night. From the moment he left my house until his phone went dead. They update on the website, you just have to log in." I printed every call and text. I could see it now, the columns of numbers and times, the carrier logo at the top, Mark's name in small letters. Most of the numbers meant nothing to me. A few were familiar, my mother's, mine, Jenna's own phone. Others were just anonymous strings of digits, people he'd been talking to that we did not know enough to be mad at. "Look," Jenna said. Her voice was hoarse from too much talking to too many people. She jabbed a finger at a line halfway down the page. "This is me. Here, and here, and here, and then him calling you." Her finger moved down, tapping, and then this. The line she was pointing to was different. Instead of a 10-digit local number, the destination column read simply 911, outbound call 1:27 a.m., duration 0054. My first thought was that I was reading it wrong, that the columns were shifted or it meant something else. But numbers do not care what you want them to mean. Nearly a full minute to emergency services from my brother's phone between the last time he talked to Jenna and the last time he tried to call me. He called them, Jenna said, in case I could not read. He called 911 from the lot, from his phone. Not some trucker driving by. Him. The room swam slightly. I grabbed the edge of the table to ground myself. Last night, standing beside the patrol car, hearing Sullivan say he was responding to a 911 call, I had pictured some good Samaritan passing by Mark's hazard lights and making the call he was too proud or too paranoid to make. It had made sense. It had fit the version of Mark Y had been carrying around, the guy who would call me at 1 in the morning, but never the cops. "He hates them," I said stupidly. He wouldn't." Sullivan cleared his throat. "Ma'am," he said to Jenna, "when did you find this?" "An hour ago," she said. "I was sick of calling his phone and getting voicemail, so I logged into our account to see if he'd been calling someone else. I saw this. I called here. The woman at the desk said you knew nothing about it. So I came down." Her eyes flashed anger, sparking through the exhaustion. "How do you not know my husband called 911 from the side of the road and then never showed up anywhere?" Sullivan's jaw tightened. He looked down at the call log again, then up toward the ceiling, like the answer might be written there. "We got a call from dispatch at 0130, he said slowly. "A stranded motorist on 25E, possible disturbance, check it out. That's all we were told. No name, no callback number. That's the call I was responding to when I found your brother's vehicle and your brother here." He jerked his chin in my direction. "There isn't a note in the system about any other 911 call from that area," he added, "which means either it didn't get relayed or it got lumped with the one I responded to, or someone made a mistake at the console. Or they dropped the ball," Jenna said. Her voice shook. "He called for help. He actually called for help, and nobody told you." There was something obscene about that to me. All those nights spent watching him dodge cops, talk trash about pigs, turn and walk the other way if a cruiser slowed down at an intersection. All those times we had begged him to take his probation seriously, to show up to cooperate. And the one night he choked down instinct and fear long enough to hit 3 digits and say, "I need help," the system on the other end misfiled him. I thought back to our argument on the phone, the words I had thrown at him like they were nothing. "You're high, Mark." I had said it in that flat, tired voice, as if that were all. This was just another episode, another trip. While I was rolling my eyes and grabbing the gas can and calling him out, he had been scared enough to call 911 in between calls to me and Jenna. Scared enough to risk them running his name and finding the warrant just to get someone with a badge to show up faster than I could. Guilt is not a clean feeling. It is sticky. It crawls into every part of a memory and coats it in second guesses. Sitting in that plastic chair, staring at those numbers on the page, I felt it settle on me like oil. So I said, my voice sounding distant in my own ears, "He called you. He called Jenna, and he called 911, all from that lot. And the only person who showed up while he was still there was me." Sullivan looked tired. "We don't know that for sure yet," he said. "What we know is there was at least one call to 911 from that phone last night, in addition to the one we responded to. And for some reason, that first call didn't get fully documented on our end." Jenna slapped the papers down on the table, the sound sharp in the small room. "So what do we do?" she demanded. "What happens now? Because right now, my husband is missing. His truck is sitting in a lot off the highway, and the last record we have of him being anywhere is him dialing 911. The deputy at the door shifted, uncomfortable, but Sullivan did not look away. Now he said, "We get the recording." He turned to the other deputy. "Call dispatch. Tell them we need the full audio archive from last night, every 911 call that pinged a tower near Keegan starting at midnight. And I want the log of which call got relayed to me and which didn't." The younger man nodded and disappeared down the hall. Somewhere out in the main office, a printer started up with a mechanical whine, spitting out pages. Phones rang. Someone laughed too loudly at something that was not funny. Life went on around the three of us like this was just another file. Sullivan looked back at me and Jenna. "We're going to listen to what he told them," he said. "Every word. And we'll see if it matches what you've told me and what we saw in that lot." The idea of hearing Mark's voice again from that night, from before the call dropped, and the truck and the empty space and the cop and the decision to leave, made my stomach flip. Part of me wanted it, needed it. Part of me wanted to walk right back out into the parking lot and drive until there was no signal from any tower, no way for any tape to find me. Jenna slid into the chair beside me at last. The paper crackled under her hands. He would not have called them unless he was really scared, she said quietly, more to herself than to us. You know that, right? He was terrified of them. I knew. That was the worst part. He had reached past every self-preservation instinct he had, and somehow between his mouth and Sullivan's cruiser, something had been lost. Then let's find out what he said, I murmured. A few minutes later, someone came in with a slim plastic case and a printed sheet. They set them down on the table like they were delivering takeout. On the case, in black marker, was written a date and a time range, and below that, 911, all calls. We were about to hear my brother ask for help from a stranger with a headset and a script, and the worst part was knowing that whatever he said, it hadn't been enough to get him off that lot alive. 2.3. First time hearing. My brother's panic won those 100 words. They decided to play it right there in the little conference room, like we were about to watch a training video instead of listen to the last thing my brother ever said into a phone. The dispatcher who brought the case in was a woman in her 50s, with short gray hair and a county sweatshirt. She set the plastic case and a printed log sheet down on the table, then went to work like she had done this 100 times. The recorder was an ugly black box with big square buttons, the kind of thing you see in old interrogation tapes. She plugged a cable from it into a cheap pair of desktop speakers and checked the connection on a county laptop. The room felt too small for 4 people, and whatever was about to come out of those speakers. The air conditioner ticked as it cycled, humming a low, tired note. The fluorescent tubes overhead buzzed with that insect sound all public buildings share. The whiteboard in the corner still had a half-erased diagram of some traffic checkpoint from weeks ago, the blue marker ghosting against the surface like an old bruise. Jenna sat on my left shoulders, tight hands clasped together so hard her knuckles had gone white. Deputy Sullivan sat across from us, elbows on the table, fingers knitted, eyes fixed on the recorder, like he could wrestle answers out of it by staring hard enough. The dispatcher took the chair closest to the equipment, her posture all business, but I noticed she did not look at us much, just at the log of times and call IDs. All right, she said. This one here, she tapped a line on the paper, is the outbound from the number you gave us at 01:27 hours. We'll listen through once, then I can replay sections if we need to. My mouth was dry. I wanted water, and I wanted to not be in that room, and I wanted to hear my brother's voice more than I had ever wanted anything. She pressed play. For a second there was nothing but hiss, then a click, and a woman's voice, clear and professional. 911, what is your emergency? Silence, except it was not silence. Close up in the center of that silence, there was breathing, sharp and fast. The kind of breathing you hear from somebody who has run hard and then stopped too suddenly, chest, still trying to get air it cannot find. Hello, the operator prompted. Then Mark spoke. I'm in the lot behind the old Keegan warehouse, he said. His voice was higher than normal, like someone was squeezing his throat. Off 25E, back lot, behind Keegan. Hearing the words on tape, knowing where I had been while he was saying them, made my skin crawl. I had been at the shop then, broom in my hand, radio playing, complaining to myself about my boss. 9 miles away, he was saying the name of a place I knew in a tone I had never heard from him. Okay, the operator said. She sounded calm, almost bored, the way you have to when you have heard every type of panic before. Sir, what's happening there? There was a sound then under his breathing. The recorder picked it up as a thin, rushing hiss wind sliding past the phone mic, the way it had sounded when I talked to him. Over that faint but clear came the soft crunch of gravel under shoes. 2 or 3 steps. A pause. 2 more. "There's 2 of them," Mark said. "They're walking around my truck. They've been walking around it for 10 minutes. 2 of who the operator asked." "Do you know these individuals?" "No," he snapped too fast, then seemed to remember he needed this woman to stay on the line. His tone dipped again. "I don't know their names. They just showed up." Something tapped metal in the background. A light, hollow sound, like knuckles on a door or a ring hitting sheet metal. It was the same rhythm I had heard when he called me. The same little tick that I had decided could not be what it sounded like. "What are they doing?" the operator said. "Are they trying to get into your vehicle?" "They keep telling me I owe them," he said. The words tumbled out, tripping over each other. They came up out of nowhere, and they knew my name, and they said the truck stays right where it is, and I'm not supposed to call anybody. I'm not supposed to leave. They won't let me leave. On the table, Jenna's fingers dug into her own wrists. Sullivan leaned forward a fraction of an inch. "Okay," the operator said. "Do they have any weapons? Have they threatened to hurt you?" There was a rustle, like he was turning his head looking. The wind noise swelled, then dropped. "I don't see any," he said. "They just keep walking. Around and around." One of them hit the side, hit it hard, said, "You try to back out, you'll regret it." As if on cue, through the tinny speakers there came a dull, resonant thunk. It was muted by the limits of the recording, but I could tell exactly what it was. The side of his truck taking a blow from a fist or a foot or something hard. My own ribs tightened in sympathy. That, what I heard the dispatcher murmured almost to herself, eyes on the waveform crawling across the laptop screen. My heart was pounding. I realized I had been holding my breath. "Sir, are you inside the vehicle right now?" the operator asked. Mark's breathing flared in the mic, then steadied. "Yeah," he said, quieter. "I'm in the driver's seat. I killed the engine, but it died on me anyway. Battery's going or something. They said don't move it. They said don't," his voice frayed, snagged on something. "They said don't call anybody," he finished. "I didn't. I called my brother. I'm calling you now. But I didn't." He cut off, like he had realized he was confessing to a sin, like saying it out loud might make something worse. "Sir, I need you to stay on the line with me, okay?" the operator said. "We do have a deputy en route to your location. I just need you to answer a few questions. Are you alone in the truck?" There was a pause. In that pause, the wind hissed and the gravel crunched, and I could hear the faintest trace of my brother's life in every sound, the way he dragged his sleeve over his mouth, the way he shifted his weight when he was nervous. I could see his fingers worrying at a callus on his palm, even though the tape did not show me that. "Yeah," he said at last. "It's just me." He sounded like that might not be true anymore, even to him. "Where are these individuals now?" the operator continued. "Are they in front of the truck, behind you?" Mark let out a ragged laugh that had nothing funny in it. They keep switching," he said. "I look one way, they're behind me. I look again, they're in front. I don't see them move, they're just closer. They just keep saying the same things." Somewhere in the background, way down under his words, there was a murmur. It could have been the highway. It could have been someone's voice. It could have been the recorder picking up its own circuits. Then another hit. This time the sound was sharper, closer to the mic. The speakers in the conference room popped the levels, peaking so hard, the laptop's little volume bar flashed red. The operator's voice came in louder immediately after, distorted by the surge. "Sir," she said, the professionalism cracking just a hair. "Sir, are you all right? Did someone hit your vehicle again? The breathing on the line changed. It got faster, almost panting. I pictured him flinching, maybe throwing an arm up. "They're right at the window now," he said. His voice had dropped back into that half-whisper, like he was afraid whoever was outside could somehow hear through the phone. "He's telling me I don't want to see what's under his jacket. I don't want to see it either." "Are you in fear for your life?" the operator asked, and I could hear the shift in her tone, the tightening. A box checked on her screen, a protocol switching inside her head. "Yes," he said. No hesitation at all. "Yes, ma'am." There was a hiss of fingers brushing against the phone. Maybe he was adjusting his grip. Maybe his hand was shaking. "Okay," she said. "We have units in the area. I need you to stay on the line with me. Lock your doors." "Are your doors locked?" "Yeah," he said. A metallic clack came through, like he was checking the latch anyway. They said, "Don't move the truck. They said, don't call anybody." His voice broke on the last word. I didn't. Somewhere something scraped against metal, a long, dragging sound, like someone's keys or jacket zipper running along the side of the truck. It set my teeth on edge just listening to it through the tiny speakers. I could feel that vibration in my bones, the way you feel it when somebody runs a palm over a car door just to mark their presence. "Sir, listen to me," the operator said. "Deputy is almost there. Can you see any patrol lights? Any other vehicles?" There was a shifting noise, the creak of seat, springs, his breath louder for a second. As he leaned, I imagined toward the windshield. "I don't," he began. And then for a fraction of a second, under everything, something else spoke. It was so low I might have missed it if I had blinked. A different timbre under Mark's rasp. A few syllables blurred by whatever cheap mic his phone had, and the panic vibrating in the air. It sounded like a man much closer to the phone than any of the other noises, leaning right next to his ear. "Open it," it might have said. Or "don't." Or something else entirely. Two soft, consonant-heavy sounds that slipped into the stream of audio and were gone again before I could catch them. I stiffened in my chair. Jenna's fingers tightened on her own arms. "Did you hear I started?" But the call was still going, and I swallowed the rest. On the recording, Mark's breath hitched. There was a rustle like the phone had brushed against his shirt. "Sir," the operator pressed. "Sir, are they trying to get into your vehicle now?" He never answered. There was one more impact. This one not booming, but quick and close, like someone's hand smacking the frame right next to where the phone was held. The audio clipped again. Mark made a sharp sound, halfway between a gasp and a grunt. There was a burst of wind, a scuffle of gravel, something that might have been the phone tumbling. Then nothing but hiss. Sir, are you still there?" the operator asked. Her voice had lost the bored edge now. She sounded alert, concerned. "If you can hear me, I need you to say something." Silence. Breathing maybe, or maybe that was just the room we were in, all of us holding ours. The recording ended on the operator's voice, still calling into the void. "Sir, we do have someone in the area, but I need you to answer me." Hello, the dispatcher at the table hit stop. The speakers went dead with a tiny pop. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the air conditioner and the blood rushing in my ears. My pulse was loud enough that it might have been on the tape too. "What did you hear?" Sullivan asked quietly, eyes moving between Jenna and me. "He was scared," Jenna said. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Really scared. That's not him just messing around or tweaking. He was actually scared." Sullivan nodded once, like that matched something in his own private mental file. Then his gaze slid to me. "And you?" I opened my mouth, closed it, then said the same. Plus, I hesitated. Saying it out loud felt like admitting I believed in ghosts or something worse. Just before it cuts out, I said slowly, I thought I heard another voice. A man, low like right up on the phone, saying something. Couldn't make it out. Could be nothing. Radio bleed, maybe the dispatcher suggested. Sometimes we get a little overlap on recordings if there's traffic on the channel. Or background TV. Hard to say. Jenna shook her head. I just heard wind, she said. And him. And those hits. Maybe I had wanted to hear someone else there so badly my brain had obliged. Maybe the idea that he was truly alone in that truck, when whatever happened, was worse than the thought of some unknown man leaning in close enough to whisper in his ear. Before I could chase that thought any further, the dispatcher was flipping through her log again. That's not the only recording from that night, by the way, she said, adjusting her glasses. We pulled everything that pinged those towers before and after. There's a second call from a different number. Came in at a 131. A different number, Sullivan asked. Same location, same general area, she said. Caller was a male, older, sounded calm. He said he was a truck driver passing through. Reported a pickup pulled off behind the Keegan warehouse, hazard lights on. Kinda sitting funny, his words. Also said he thought he saw someone walking in the ditch with no flashlight. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a drunk about to wander into the road. She looked up at us over the pages. He stayed on the line until he'd passed the area. Said by the time he got eyes on the ditch again, in his mirror, whoever it was gone. My stomach turned. So while I was on my way out there, I said, slowly, piecing it together, Mark was in that truck on the phone with you, scared out of his mind. Then he was out of that truck on foot in the dark, calling me, calling you. And somebody driving past saw him in the ditch. Or saw somebody, Sullivan said. We don't know for sure it was him. But even as he said it, we all knew exactly who the trucker had seen out there on the edge of the pavement, walking with no light between the lot and whatever he thought might be safer. 3-1 Day 1, grids and helicopters, 901,000 words. By the time the search really started, the lot behind Keegan did not look like the place I had stumbled into in the middle of the night. It looked like a scene from someone else's disaster. The morning after we listened to the tape, the sheriff officially called it what it was, a missing person case with concerning circumstances. That was the phrase they used on the local news over a stock shot of the warehouse and a 30-second montage of cruisers driving down 25E. They did not play the audio. They did not say that my brother had told a stranger with a headset that he was afraid for his life and then gone silent. They put out a call for volunteers. Jenna signed up first, her name in hard, angry block letters on the sheet. I did it too, half out of panic, half out of a need to do something with my hands that was not hitting replay on that file. When we pulled into the Keegan access road that afternoon, the place did not creep up on us out of nowhere anymore. The approach was marked from a mile away by the sight of the big white tent set up in the back lot, its top bright against the gray sky, and the slow, lazy spin of light bars from a row of parked sheriff's trucks. Where my headlights had been the only thing cutting through the dark. 24 hours before now, there were more lights than the place had seen in years. Yellow caution tape fluttered between traffic cones marking the entry path. A couple of portable light stands on tripods, waited unlit like tall metal flowers that would bloom after dark. The stacked containers cast sharper shadows, now edged by the steady glow of extra work lamps bolted to temporary poles. The pickup was still there, right where it had been when I left it. But now there were small yellow evidence markers on the dirt near the driver's door, and the whole vehicle was wrapped in a sense of being taken over, like it no longer belonged to Mark at all. Someone had draped a blue tarp over the bed, the corners weighted with cinder blocks. The hazard lights were finally off. A sheriff's SUV had been backed up to the improvised command post tent. Its tailgate was open, serving as a makeshift counter. On it, spread out like we were about to play some very serious board game, was a set of maps, satellite prints of the area, topographical sheets, a blown-up street map with the lot circled in red. A sergeant with a shaved head and a clipboard stood over them, drawing lines and boxes with a marker. Around us, the sounds of a search were stacking up. A helicopter thumped somewhere overhead, the deep whop, whop, whop of its rotors pulsing through the air and down into the ground. When it swung over the lot, proper conversation paused. People tilted their heads to look up, eyes tracking the dark shape against the sky. The bird moved on, the noise fading, leaving a strange ringing emptiness behind, like your ears did not trust the silence anymore. K9 units were unloading from a couple of trucks, dogs clambering down ramps, tails high, harnesses already on. Their handlers clipped long leads to their collars, checked radios, slapped the sides of their vests. The dogs barked once or twice high and sharp, then dropped into focused panting as their humans gave them work to do. A folding table had been set up near the tent, where a deputy with a name tag that read Morris handed out bright orange vests and handheld radios to volunteers. The radios were scarred and scuffed, the vests still smelling faintly of plastic and mothballs. Jenna and I stood in line with a bunch of people I half recognized from town neighbors, guys from the plant, a woman who worked at the dollar store, everyone wearing the same tight expression, that mix of worry and curiosity, and the guilty thrill of being near something serious. When it was our turn, Morris looked at our names on the list. I saw his eyes flick to my last name, then to my face. "You family?" he asked. "Brother," I said. He hesitated, then slid 2 vests across the table instead of 1. "You don't have to do this," he said, not unkindly. "We got people." "I know," I said. "I want to." Jenna just slipped her vest on without saying anything. The bright orange looked wrong over her faded hoodie, like she had been dipped in highlighter ink against her will. We gathered under the tent, while the sergeant with the clipboard, Sanders, his tag said, went over the plan. He had the map spread out so we could all see. He used the end of his marker to tap at different sections as he talked. "This is the lot," he said, outlining the rectangle of packed dirt where we stood. "That's Keegan here, truck bays there. We're designating this Area A. The tree line here along the back fence is Area B. Ditch and culverts running parallel to 25E, that's Area C. This open field back here," he circled a pale patch behind the containers. "A stretch of what looked like nothing on the satellite image is Area D. We'll be working grids, 10 people per line, overlapping fields of view. Keep your spacing. If you see clothes bones, any sign of a camp, you don't touch. You call it in on your assigned frequency and freeze where you are." He looked up, scanning faces. "This is not a hunt. This is a search. You're not here to chase anybody down. You're not here to prove anything. You're here to give eyes and legs to a family that wants answers. Understand?" There was a murmur of assent. The helicopter's rotor wash brushed the roof of the tent, flapping the canvas with a dull drumhead sound. "And smell," he added almost as an afterthought. "I'm sorry to say it, but if you smell anything that shouldn't be out here, anything dead, anything rotting, you call that in too. We got dogs, but they're not perfect. Nobody is." He went on to assign teams, pairing deputies with clumps of volunteers, K9 units to the thicker brush along the tree line, officers with radios to the ditches and culverts. They stuck Jenna and me in a line that would sweep the open field out past the back fence, accompanied by a deputy whose name I missed, and 3 guys from the volunteer fire department. Before we went out, someone handed each of us a number marked on duct tape to stick to the front of our vests, so we can keep track of who's where, Morris explained, and who we owe a burger to when this is over. It was supposed to sound reassuring. It did not. We stepped out from the shade of the tent into the pale afternoon light. The ground beyond the containers was a mix of patchy grass, knee-high weeds, and bare dirt scarred here and there by old tire tracks and the ghosts of paths. The fence between the lot and the field sagged in places where people had climbed it. Over the years, the top run of barbed wire bowed. They opened a gap for us with a pair of bolt cutters. The metal groaned and snapped. The loose end of the chain link curled away like it was relieved. On the other side, the field stretched farther than it had looked from the lot, flanked by a line of thin trees on one side and the long gray wall of the warehouse on the other. The helicopter's shadow slid over it as we lined up, radios crackling as team leaders did their check-ins. "Line up shoulder to shoulder," our deputy said. "You want to be close enough that if you dropped your hat, the person next to you would see it, but not so close you're stepping on each other. Look down, look up, look down again. Don't just stare at your feet the whole time. Listen to the ground, but listen around you too." We spread out. The grass brushed my shins, damp with the kind of moisture that never fully burned off on overcast days. Each step made a soft swish, accompanied by a faint squelch where water lingered in low spots. Insects chorused invisibly in the weeds, a constant high whine that came and went in waves. "Team Bravo proceeding into Area D," our deputy said into his radio. "Starting at grid marker 1. A voice crackled back, affirming. Somewhere else, someone else said something about entering the tree line and dog picking up scent on the culvert. The air was full of fragments of other people's searches. We moved slowly, eyes scanning the ground for anything that did not belong, a piece of fabric, a shoe, a flash of white, that could be a bone or just a rock. Every bottle cap, every scrap of plastic, every clump of litter made my heart jolt for a second, until my brain sorted it into not him. About 50 yards out from the fence, the ground dipped slightly. A shallow depression ran across the field, the remnant of some old drainage. The grass here grew in thick clumps, and there were patches of bare soil where standing water had killed whatever tried to take root. My boot sank an inch into mud in one of those spots, making a wet suck when I pulled it free. The helicopter roared in closer overhead, so low I could see the shapes of the crew through the glass helmets and harnesses and the dark eye of a camera pod hanging under the nose. The rotor wash flattened the grass, briefly pressing it to the earth before letting it spring back. The downdraft pushed a chill air over us, carrying with it the smell of exhaust and hot metal. We paused while they hovered, the deputy holding up a hand. Our vests flapped. Dust rose in little ghost spirals, then settled again when the chopper moved on the thunder of its blades receding toward the tree line. "All right," the deputy said. Eyes back down. "Keep moving." We kept moving. I became acutely aware of sound in those hours. The wet whisper of grass against denim. The crackle of our radios, the little squawks of static that jumped in your ear just as you were starting to tune everything out. The bark of a dog in the distance when it caught something interesting, followed by the handler calling its name, praising or redirecting. The faint, constant roar of the highway, never completely gone, like a river you could not see but knew was always there. Every once in a while, someone would call out, "Hold up," and the line would stop. While they investigated a lump in the grass that turned out to be a discarded jacket or a deer carcass or a pile of dumped garbage, each time my breath hitched until the all clear came, then settled back into the slow, measured inhale-exhale of the search. We worked until the light began to go gray again, until the edges of things softened and the shadows started to melt together in a way that made details harder to trust. As dusk crept in, they pulled us back toward the lot. The helicopter peeled away to refuel or just to save daylight for another job. The dogs were loaded back into their crates, tongues lolling paws, muddy. People's faces looked older than they had a few hours before. At the command post, someone had fired up a portable generator. It chugged away beside the tent, feeding power to the floodlights and to a bank of outlets where radios were being plugged in. The generator's engine noise was a low, relentless grind, loud enough that you had to raise your voice to be heard over it. Its vibrations traveled through the ground into the soles of my boots. They posted the day's results up on a whiteboard inside the tent. Areas covered A-B parts of C and D. Findings nothing of significance. The phrase sat there in dry marker like it was a comfort instead of a hollow. Jenna stood beside me, arms wrapped around herself, staring at the map where our path had been marked in yellow highlighter. "He's not here," she said under her breath. "He can't be. We just walked all of this." I did not answer. I was thinking about that field the way it had been the night before. Empty and loud in its own way, the hazard lights painting brief orange windows on the containers. I was thinking about the sound of his voice on the recording, talking about men who seemed to move without moving. I was thinking about the truck driver's call, the vague figure in the ditch with no flashlight. The generator groaned, cycling up, as someone turned on another set of lights. The sudden glare washed the lot in artificial daylight, bleaching out the subtle colors of dusk. The hum of insects faded under the mechanical noise. Even the muted rush of the highway seemed to fall away. Standing there, vest still on boots, muddy the taste of dust in my mouth. I realized what bothered me most. The machine was drowning out the night. It was chewing up the quiet and spitting back its own rhythm. It felt irrationally like it was covering something. Like under that mechanical roar, if we had just been willing to stand there in the dark and listen, we might have heard what we were actually supposed to hear. 3.2 Night Search and the Strip of Silence. 901,000 words, they could have called it for the night when the sun went down. A lot of searches do. People get tired, footing gets worse, you start missing things. They did not call it. Until we know he's not out here needing us, we keep going, Sanders said, standing in the wash of the floodlights like some pale prophet in a reflective vest. If anybody wants to tap out, do it now. No shame. But we're pushing into the tree line and the back edge before we sleep. No one stepped back. No one wanted to be the person who went home just before they found something. They built a fake day around the Keegan lot. Portable light towers went up one by one, diesel-powered things with telescoping masts and banks of halogen lamps at the top. When they fired the first one, the lot jumped from dusk to harsh white daylight in a second, shadows dropping straight down every rust streak and dent on the containers thrown into unforgiving clarity. The generator that had bothered me earlier was nothing compared to the ones bolted to the trailer bases of the towers. Those engines had a deeper growl, a continuous throatier rumble that vibrated in my chest. The smell of exhaust and hot metal layered over the usual scents of damp dirt and old oil. The air felt thicker, like there was more in it than just oxygen and whatever was left of my brother's ghost. They focused one of the towers on the strip of ground behind where Mark's pickup had sat. The truck itself had been towed by then hauled away to some impound lot, where people with gloves and cameras would go over it bolt by bolt. The square of clean dirt where it had been looked indecent, a naked patch, outlined by the darker, tire-pressed earth around it. Beyond that, a line of scrub trees and brush marked the border between the lot and the open land behind. A K-9 unit was assigned to that side for the night push. The handler was a tall woman with a ball cap pulled down low, the dog a lean German shepherd with a collar that jingled faintly when it moved. They worked the perimeter first, the dog zigzagging at the end of a long lead nose, low tail stiff. I drifted near them, still technically on my assigned line, but edging closer whenever our sweep took us near that back stretch. I told myself it was because this was last place I had seen the truck. Really, it was because the thought of my brother moving somewhere beyond that fence without me knowing which way he'd gone made my skin feel too tight. The floodlights painted everything in cold tones, bleaching color out of it. The rust on the containers looked gray. The grass looked almost blue. Our safety vests were the only things that still looked like themselves, neon orange floating at chest level in the night. "Keep your spacing," our deputy murmured, reminding us for the 100th time. Eyes down, then up, then down. "Don't bunch up by the dog. Give her room." We gave her room, but we watched. The shepherd trotted along the back fence, pausing here and there to sniff at a clump of weeds, a discarded soda bottle, a patch of dirt where something had clearly lain at some point. Her collar bell just a small metal tag, really, but it rang in a soft, irregular pattern, step, step jingle. Step jingle. Her breathing was louder now that the rotor noise from the helicopter had moved off to another sector, a steady huff-huff as she worked. When they reached a section where the ground dipped just slightly, a shallow, almost imperceptible trough cutting diagonally across the back of the lot, the dog slowed. Her head came up. The lead went taut. "What you got?" the handler asked automatically, voice low. The shepherd took 2 more steps and then stopped dead. Not sitting, not lying down, just freezing muscles locked. A tiny sound came out of her, not quite a growl, not quite a whine. The little tag on her collar rang once, then went still. "There," I said, before I realized I'd spoken. She hit on something. The handler shot me a quick side look. "Not sure yet," she said. "Back up a bit." We backed up our line, pulling a few feet away from the fence so she and the dog could work. The handler gave the lead a gentle tug. "Search," she encouraged. The dog did not move forward. Instead, she pivoted, turning her head away from the shallow dip in the ground, and started pulling the other direction, back toward the center of the lot. The whine in her throat got a little louder, until the handler let her go where she wanted, making a note into her handheld mic about no obvious cue, negative alert, subject redirecting. On the surface, there was nothing there. The patch of earth she had balked at looked just like the rest grass, worn thin, a few bare spots of exposed soil, a beer can half buried the glint of some old candy wrapper. No blood, no scraps of clothing, no sudden sinkhole or skull. But when I stepped closer, just enough that my boots brushed the edge of it, I noticed something else. The field had been loud all day. Not city loud, not horns and sirens, but full of its own noises. Crickets sawing away some other insects, making that electric hiss in the long grass. Somewhere deeper in the brush, a tree frog peeping. Even the distant highway out beyond the warehouse and the line of trees had its constant low whoosh, a big, slow exhale that never stopped. Standing there at the edge of that shallow trough, it was like somebody had hit a mute button on half of it. The generator still growled by the tent. Voices from the command post carried jagged little scraps of conversation about grids and assignments and coffee. The floodlights hummed, the metal frames ticked as they heated and cooled. But the close sounds, the bugs, the grass, whispering against itself, the little rustlings of small things in the weeds faded to almost nothing. It was not that they were gone exactly. It was more like they had been pushed back, relocated a few feet off in every direction. I took another step into the slightly lower strip of ground. It went deeper than you would notice at a glance, a long, shallow swale running diagonal to the fence line. The grass there was shorter, patchier, as if it did not like growing there. My boots crunched on something under the top layer of dirt, small stones, maybe old gravel from when this had been graded. The moment both my feet were in it, the difference sharpened. The generator's rumble sounded like it was coming from farther away, even though it was not. Voices became muffled words, smearing into indistinct noise. My own breathing, which had been background up until then, suddenly seemed loud inside my head, like I had cupped my hands over my ears. I turned my head, testing it. To the left, toward the tree line, nothing but gray trunks and shadow and a kind of padded quiet that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. To the right, back toward the tent, the bright rectangle of the command post, people moving in it, lips moving. I could see them talking into radios, laughing briefly, calling out. Their mouths were forming words I could not quite catch. Eric, someone called. I could hear my name, at least. It cut through sharp. I looked back. The deputy was motioning me to keep pace with the line. I realized I had drifted ahead, standing alone in the little depression, while everyone else had inched on. Yeah, I said, my own voice sounding wrong in my ears, like it was coming from the inside of my skull instead of my throat. Sorry. I glanced down at my feet, wanting to see what this place actually was instead of how it felt. The beam of a volunteer's handheld spotlight swung across my field of view at that exact second. The white glare hit me full in the face, obliterating everything for a heartbeat. I threw a hand up, blinded. Behind me, the floodlights threw my shadow long and thin across the uneven ground, merging it with the warped shadow of the fence. For a split second, as my eyes tried to adjust, the overlapping shapes looked wrong. Not fence and man and container, but something taller, shoulders, where there should not be shoulders, angles that did not match any of our bodies. Like a figure stretched and pinned between the metal and the earth, watching. My heart punched once hard in my chest. I stumbled backward, boot slipping on the loose soil at the edge of the trough. The spotlight jerked away from me as the volunteer realized what he'd done. "Jesus, sorry," he called. "Didn't see you there, man." The sound of his voice snapped everything back into place. The shadows snapped back to being fence and container, and one jumpy guy in a vest. The ambient noise around me rushed in again, the generator, the radios, the distant bark of a dog hitting on something, and then being called off. "You good?" our deputy asked, coming closer, squinting at me in the sideways light. "Fine," I said, though my pulse was still too fast. He just got me in the eyes. "I'm good." He studied me for a second, then jerked his head. "All right, stay with the group. This ground gets uneven back here." We moved on the line, reforming boots, whispering through the grass. The K9 unit had circled back toward the warehouse, the dog now tugging eagerly toward an old culvert mouth half hidden in vines. The weird hush in the little depression faded behind us as we stepped back onto level ground. The insect's chorus rose again in my ears, as if somebody had slid the volume back up. We did not find anything there that night. No coats, no shoe, no piece of bone caught in a root. On paper in the reports, they filed later, that patch of ground was just another section of Area D searched, cleared nothing of significance. But as the hours dragged on and the floodlights burned, every time I looked back toward the place where the dog had balked and the air had felt thick, I felt something in my chest pinch. That strip of earth where the world seemed to go a little quiet when you stepped into it lodged itself in my memory. Long before they found anything out there, long before the skull fragment and the shoes, I had the uneasy sense that whatever was wrong with that lot started there. 3.3. He must have run. 1,100 words. By the fourth day, the search did not feel like a mission anymore. It felt like a shift no one had the authority to clock out of. The Keegan lot had turned into a small, ugly village. The white command tent was stained at the seams from damp fingers and dirty hands. The light towers had oil streaks on their bases where people had spilled fuel in the rush to keep them running. The grass at the entrance had been trampled into mud by boots and tires. Coffee cups and water bottles collected in a trash can that always seemed full. The volunteers changed too. The first day, people had shown up in clean jeans and fresh boots, talking in low, eager voices, ready to be the one who spotted something. By day 4, their clothes were streaked with mud up to the knees, faces red from wind and lack of sleep. Conversations were shorter. Jokes, when they happened, had a brittle edge. Rain started on day 3 and did not really stop, just shifted from a fine mist to a light drizzle and back again. It was the kind of half-committed weather that did not cancel anything, just made every task a little more miserable. The dirt lot turned to slick-sucking mud in places. Ruts deepened with every ATV pass. The open field beyond the fence where we had walked in dry grass 48 hours earlier became a patchwork of puddles and slick spots waiting to grab your foot. The dogs moved slower, their fur-clumped bellies splattered. Even their handlers looked weighed down. The helicopter flew less often. Low clouds and budget both cut its time. You could feel the pressure in the command post, an invisible barometer, hours and fuel and overtime adding up against zero answers. I caught snippets of it in the tent one afternoon, standing near the maps while waiting for my next assignment. 4 days out, someone was saying quietly, "You know the stats as well as I do. If he's out here, he's not. Family's still here." Another voice cut in. "We stay professional. We finish the grids. Then we reassess." Reassess is cop talk for decide how much more we can justify caring. By then, Jenna had started coming out less. The first 2 days, she had been on every line, pushing herself past what made sense, refusing to leave, even when the deputies practically ordered her home. On day 3, she showed up late, stayed a few hours, then went back to town to meet with someone from a missing persons group. On day 4, she barely spoke. A hood pulled low over her face, moving like someone whose body had remembered how to function, while whatever lived behind her eyes stepped back. I stayed. Not because I thought I was going to be the one to find something, but because I did not know how to go home and sit on the couch, while other people walked the ground where my brother had last been heard. That afternoon, after another sweep of the field, muddy now, our boots making obscene sucking sounds as we pulled them free, Deputy Sullivan found me standing under the lip of the warehouse's overhang, trying to shake some of the water out of my jacket. He had his hat off, hair plastered down from the drizzle, his uniform dark with damp patches. His face looked like someone had taken an eraser to his patience and rubbed hard. "Got a minute?" he asked. I shrugged. "I'm not going anywhere." He gestured me over toward a quieter corner away from the generator and the chatter at the tent. We ended up standing near the loading dock, close enough to see the whole lot laid out: the tent, the trucks, the muddy tracks, the field beyond. The place where Mark's pickup had sat was just a darker rectangle of earth now. Sullivan stuck his hands in his jacket pockets, rocked back on his heels once like he was thinking about how to start. "Look," he said finally, off the record here for a second. "As off as anything gets with me wearing this." He tugged at his badge. I nodded. "You know your brother had an outstanding warrant," he said. "Not accusatory, just laying a card on the table." "Yeah," I said. "Possession. Failed to appear. We knew." He'd run before Sullivan went on, when things got hot, when he thought he was cornered. That fair to say, it was fair. It hurt, but it was fair. He didn't like being told what to do, I said. By anybody. Sullivan grunted a sound that could have meant agreement or just that his boots were wet. "Here's what we have on paper right now," he said. "We have a man with a history of running under the influence or not. We have his truck disabled with no sign of a struggle in or around it. No blood. No obvious sign anybody forced him out. We have his call to his family and his call to us describing some kind of threat, but no independent witness who can confirm those individuals were here. We have a trucker who saw somebody walking in the ditch and a pickup with hazards on. We have 4 days of grid search with nothing turned up. No clothes, no body, no sign of a camp. He let that hang there between us, the inventory of absence. Which means he said one very likely scenario is he left. On his own. Maybe someone picked him up. Maybe he cut across county lines on foot, then caught a ride. Maybe he's holed up somewhere until he thinks the heat's off. It happens more than you'd think. The phrase "he must have run" was there implied in his tone, even if he did not say it outright. Part of me latched onto it hungrily. If Mark had run, if he was holed up somewhere eating canned chili and cursing the world, then this was not a story about a man vanishing from behind a warehouse. It was just another chapter in the same exhausting book we'd been reading for years. He'd come back eventually, thinner and twitchier and full of excuses. We would yell forgiving him, as we always did, while pretending we were not. It was easier on some level to picture him sleeping on somebody's couch 2 counties over than to picture him face down in a ditch or worse. But that other part of me, the one that had sat in the little conference room and listened to his voice crack on the word "ma'am" when he said he was in fear for his life, would not play along. He sounded scared, I said. Not tweaked, not mad, scared. And somebody was hitting his truck while he was on the phone with you. You heard it. Sullivan rubbed his temple with the heel of his hand. I heard sounds, he said. On a bad line through a bad phone. I heard a man who believed he was in danger. I'm not disputing that, but we have to work with what we can see and touch. Right now, that's a whole lot of mud and nothing. He looked out over the field. The rain had eased to a mist, the kind that hangs in the air just enough to bead on your eyelashes. Volunteers in vests moved across the distance like slow, bright ghosts. Off the record, he said again, "Quieter, I am not saying nothing bad happened to your brother. I'm saying if it did, it may not have happened here. Or not in a way that leaves anything we can pick up and bag. People disappear from their own lives every damn day without stepping foot in a haunted dirt lot." I wanted to ask him if he believed in haunted dirt lots. I settled for, "What are you going to tell my mom when you pack this up?" His jaw clenched. "We're not there yet," he said. "We have a few more sectors to clear. I have to be accountable for the resources I'm burning, but I'm not about to tell a mother we're done looking while we're still standing in front of the tent." He walked away, after that called back to the maps, the radios, whatever decisions had to be made at the tables under the humming lights. I stayed where I was for a while, watching the thin lines of people out in the field move left, then right, like a slow, muddy wiper blade. Toward the end of the 4th day, when the light was starting to go again, and the rain had turned the lot into a patchwork of puddles, they began talking about scaling back. The phrase floated from mouth to mouth in slightly different forms. Tonight might be as far as the helicopter goes. County's not going to keep fronting fuel money if we're not getting hits. We'll keep it open, just not like this. They started packing up in little ways. A stack of unused vests disappeared from the table. One of the light towers was shut off and towed a little farther back. The coffee pot was allowed to empty without being refilled. You could feel the search tightening, shrinking, even as the maps on the table still showed big colored blocks where we had not quite walked every inch. At some point, while I was hauling a crate of bottled water from a truck bed to the tent, I saw an officer I did not know step out into the field with a little bundle of flags under his arm, the kind surveyors use, bright-colored plastic tied to thin metal stakes. He walked to a spot just past the fence in the open area we had gridded the hardest and bent down. I watched him plant one of the flags, pushing the metal end into the wet ground with the heel of his hand. Then he straightened, took a step back, and looked toward the tent. Another deputy standing near the maps raised a hand, using him as a point to adjust something on the big paper grid with a pen. "Center of search area," someone near me muttered. Makes it easier to reference later, the little flag was neon orange, same as our vests, its tail snapping a bit in the light breeze. It didn't look like much. Just a marker, a pin on a map brought into the real world for a second. I set the crate down and stepped out from under the tent, squinting past the glare of the nearest floodlight. The flag was maybe 100 yards out. It took my brain an extra moment to line up where exactly in the messy geometry of field and fence and mud that center actually was. When it clicked, I felt my stomach drop. He had planted it dead center in the shallow, quiet strip. The same slight depression where the dog had balked and then pulled away. The same place where the insect's song had dimmed around my ankles like someone had thrown a blanket over my ears. The same line of ground I had stood in for a few seconds and felt the world step back. They had, by whatever math they used, declared that little piece of wrongness the heart of everywhere they believed my brother was not. Later, when the volunteers were thanked and the maps were rolled up and the trucks drove away in 2s and 3s, leaving the lot darker and emptier than it had been since Mark's hazards flickered there. That image stayed with me, the thin metal stem, the bright scrap of plastic stuck in the mud, like a tiny defiant claim. They marked that strip of ground as the center of where my brother wasn't, I wrote the first time I tried to put it into words. 9 years later, when a group of strangers came back out here with fresh eyes and found pieces of Mark's life and death, almost exactly where that flag had once fluttered, that little marker might as well have been a headstone. 1. Living around a hole. 901,000 words. For a while, it felt like the whole town was orbiting a hole with my brother's name on it. The first few weeks after the search wound down were busy in the way grief sometimes is at the beginning. There were forms to fill out, statements to sign, calls from people who had not talked to us in years, suddenly very concerned. The local news came back once, did a short piece standing on the side of 25E with the warehouse in the blurry background, talking about a young father missing under mysterious circumstances. They used Mark's old driver's license photo, the one where his hair was too short, and he was trying not to smirk, and it made him look like a stranger. Then the camera trucks left. The calls slowed. The sheriff's office stopped parking cruisers out at Keegan unless they were driving past on the way to something else. The missing person posters Jenna had taped up at gas stations and grocery stores browned at the edges and curled in on themselves until the owners quietly pulled them down. After a couple of months, the truck was the first thing to move on. They kept it in impound for a while, waiting for some clue to shake loose, some reason to tag it as evidence instead of property. When nothing came, they sent a letter. The wording was careful and bureaucratic in the absence of the registered owner, and after a reasonable attempt to contact next of kin, the vehicle would be auctioned. Proceeds minus towing and storage would be held in trust, pending resolution of the case. Resolution. It was a neat word for what they were really saying. We cannot leave this thing sitting in our lot forever in case your brother decides to stroll back in and reclaim it. Jenna did not want the truck. She could not afford the fees even if she had. My mother could not imagine driving his seat, his steering wheel, his world. I thought about trying to scrape up the money, some stupid part of me wanting to keep it as an anchor, something heavy enough to hold on to if he floated further away. In the end, reality won. Bills were due. Life was already shaky. So one Saturday, we stood in the back corner of the sheriff's auction yard and watched a man with a ball cap and a wad of cash look over the pickup like it was just another deal. He kicked the tires, ran a hand along the paint, opened the door, and inhaled once, checking for smells, mildew, cigarettes, anything that would mean work. I knew what he would smell instead. Mark's cologne faint under the shop grease. Fast food, the ghost of his life. The truck rolled out of that fenced lot with a new temporary plate on the back and a bright orange auction sticker in the window. It disappeared down the road towards somebody else's driveway, somebody else's errands. The space it had taken up in the impound row looked wrong without it. Not long after that, a clerk in a different brick building in town typed something into a computer and hit enter. The warrant that had been hanging over Mark like a storm cloud changed from active to closed, with a note in some field that said, "Missing person, do not serve." His legal trouble evaporated with a keystroke, not because he had made anything right, but because the system no longer knew where to send its paper. The things that replaced the official attention were quieter and meaner. Whispered speculation in checkout lines. Stories about him being seen at a truck stop in another state, always from someone who could not quite remember the date. A couple of idiots online who decided this was a fun mystery to pick apart like it was a game instead of a family. At home, the whole took different shapes. My mother started leaving the TV on all the time. Not loud, never loud, just a constant murmur in the background. News in the morning courtroom shows in the afternoon sitcom reruns at night. If you asked, she would say she hated the silence that it made the trailer creak. Too much, made every little sound in the pipes and ducts sound like someone trying the door. The TV voices filled those spaces, gave her something to look at that was not the front window. Half the time, she was not actually watching. She would be in the kitchen, hands deep in dishwater, eyes on the doorway, while a canned laugh track cackled from the living room at jokes none of us were hearing. Jenna moved, not far in miles, but far in habit. She took the kids and rented a place across town on a route that did not require driving past the Keegan exit. She stopped shopping at the grocery store near the warehouse, stopped using the gas station at that intersection. The line of places her life touched retreated, leaving a blank section on her mental map where that whole stretch of 25E had been. On paper, she and Mark slowly became more and more separate. After a year, a lawyer talked to her about presumptive death and benefits and the brutal accounting of what you need to prove someone is gone in a way the system recognizes. She nodded mechanically. Sometimes she called me afterward and cried. Sometimes she just texted one word, "Sorry," like any of this was her fault. I went back to work. The shop did not change just because my brother had disappeared. Tires still went bald. People still hit potholes. My boss still yelled about receipts going missing and oil filters being stocked wrong. I went back to my night shifts, wiping my hands on the same rags, listening to the same half-static radio. For the first couple of months, I tried to avoid Keegan. It meant taking the long way, sometimes adding 10 minutes to a trip. But I did it. I told myself I was being kind to Jenna, to my mother, by not driving past the place where the search had been. Really, I was being kind to myself. I did not want to see that lot emptied of people, did not want to see the warehouse go back to being just a dead building instead of a place where helicopters had hovered, looking for my brother's heat signature. Then one night, about 2 months after the search officially scaled back, I finished a shift later than usual. The roads were quiet, that thin hour between last call and first alarm. Instead of turning toward home at the light, I found my hands drifting the wheel the other direction toward the industrial strip where Keegan sat. It was not a decision so much as a try. The sign was the same, Keegan Logistics, for lease, but the for lease banner had sagged a little more. The access road was empty. When I pulled onto it and rolled down my window, cool air slid in, smelling like wet pavement and the faint metallic tang of rust. I did not drive all the way around to the back lot. I stopped where the asphalt ended and the dirt began at the edge of where the search tape had fluttered. I put the car in park and turned off the engine. The sudden lack of my own motor made the other sounds step forward. I could hear the highway off to my right, half a mile or so away, a steady distant roar like a river running behind a wall. I could hear the tick and ping of cooling metal from somewhere inside the warehouse where the day's heat was still unwinding in the corrugated skin. Once from deep within that dark shell, there was a louder clank, the kind of sound that could be a pipe settling or a piece of scrap finally losing its balance and falling. I sat there with my hands loose on the steering wheel and watched the outline of the containers behind the warehouse, their tops just visible over the fence in the sodium glow. The floodlights were gone now. The only illumination was the street lamp at the corner of the lot and the occasional sweep of headlights from a passing truck on 25E. I could not see the exact patch of ground where that little flag had been where the dog had balked. But I knew roughly where it was in the geometry of the place. I could picture it, the shallow strip of earth where the world had felt muffled for a few seconds before I backed out of it. I did not get out of the car. I told myself it was because I did not want to trespass, that the lot was technically private property and I had no business wandering around in it in the middle of the night. The truth was uglier. I was afraid that if I walked back there and stood where Mark had stood, I would hear something I could not ever unhear. Or worse, nothing at all. Instead, I listened. The containers made small noises as the night worked on them, tiny clicks as metal cooled and contracted like someone drumming faint fingers on their roofs. The warehouse groaned sometimes, a long, low complaint from its steel bones. Somewhere in the brush at the tree line, something small moved, a quick, dry rustle that stopped as soon as I tried to focus on it. Under all of that, like a track I could not turn off, my brain replayed my brother's voice from the 911 recording. "They're walking around my truck." He said it twice on the tape. Once as information, once as plea. It had lodged in there so deep that even the cadence of it felt like a stuck song. "They're walking around my truck, they're walking around my truck." The way his breath hitched before the word truck. The way his mouth shaped, walking like it hurt. Sitting there in my own car, safe behind my own locked doors, I thought about him alone in his. Engine dead, phone to his ear, watching shapes move in the dark around him, while a stranger on the other end asked if he could describe their clothing. The detail that got me over and over was the sound of the impacts, the hollow, resonant thunk of something hard hitting metal. Someone making sure he knew they were there. I had been 9 miles away, telling myself he was just high again, that he was dragging me into another trip. I had driven out, yes. I had stood in that lot with a cop, yes. But there was a window of time, 30 minutes maybe, where he had been spiraling and reaching out, and I had been sweeping a floor, thinking about going home. That gap became the hole I lived around. Work bills, raising my son, all of it rearranged itself around the missing piece, shaped like a man behind a warehouse. Every month or two, I found myself back at the edge of that lot. Sometimes it was after a bad night at the shop, when some car backfired behind me and made me jump more than it should have. Sometimes it was after a family conversation, when my mother's eyes would drift to the empty corner where his chair had been. Sometimes it was for no reason I could name. I never went in. I sat in the driver's seat, engine off, listening to the metal click and the highway hum and the occasional distant thud from inside the hollow building. Watching the dark where the floodlights had once turned everything to harsh daylight. Playing his words back to myself line by line until I was half convinced I could recite the whole call. "They're walking around my truck. They're not letting me leave." 9 years is a long time to carry a voice like that around. Long enough that you start to wonder if you're remembering it right, or if some part of you is editing. Long enough that you start to hear it in other sounds, in the echo of your own footsteps, in an empty shop at 2 in the morning, in the way the wind sometimes skims along the side of your car on a lonely stretch of road. Long enough that when someone finally does find a piece of the person who said those words right where you have been staring into the dark all that time, it feels less like an answer and more like the hole itself has finally decided to move. 4.2 When the internet found the case. 901,007 words. The first time I heard my brother's story told by a stranger, it was on my own phone in the dark with my son asleep in the next room. It started with an email. Some local guy with a true crime podcast, not big time, but big enough that people in our county actually listened, reached out to Jenna first, then to me, then apparently to the sheriff's office. He said he'd been following the case, said he thought it deserved more attention than the half-minute bite it got on the evening news 3 years back. He wrote about honoring the family and bringing new eyes to the search. It sounded good on the page. I didn't really know what I wanted anymore, new eyes, old eyes, no eyes. But Jenna said yes. The sheriff said yes, as long as details that might compromise whatever was left of the investigation stayed vague. The podcaster wanted the 911 audio. He didn't get the whole thing, not the raw file like we had heard in that conference room. But somebody at dispatch, after enough signatures and qualifiers, approved him using a clipped version. 50 seconds of my brother's panic cut into something that could ride between ad breaks and sponsor spots. He invited me to come on the show. Jenna, too. We can do a roundtable, he said on the phone, his voice bright with the kind of energy people get when they think they've found their big break. Talk about who Mark was, get your perspective, get the sheriff's. People respond to the human side. Jenna went. She put on makeup and sat in front of a microphone at his little studio downtown, a closet with foam on the walls, and told the story of her life with Mark in a voice that did not shake. I couldn't do it. The idea of sitting across from some guy I barely knew while he nodded sympathetically and adjusted his levels made my stomach twist. Instead, I told him he could use what I'd already said in my statement, and if he wanted, he could call me afterward. He sounded disappointed, but covered it fast. "It's all good, man. I'll do right by him," he said. The episode dropped on a Thursday night. I found out because my phone buzzed on the break room table at work, the screen lighting up with a notification Jenna had tagged me in a post. "It's out," she'd written. "Please listen and share. Please don't forget him." By the time I drove home and tucked my son into bed, there were already comments piling up under the link. People with profile pictures I didn't recognize saying things like, "On my commute now," and "This one is wild." I waited until the house was quiet before I pressed play. It was just past midnight in the trailer. I lay on my back in my small bedroom, the ceiling a plain, off-white rectangle in the dark above me. The only light came from the phone screen in my hand, dimmed down to a sliver so it wouldn't burn my eyes. I put in my earbuds, cheap ones from the gas station, and the world shrank to a narrow tunnel between my ears. Outside the closed bedroom door, the rest of the house had settled into its usual night routine. The HVAC kicked on with a soft whoomp, sending a low rush of air through the vents. After a minute or two, it cut off, leaving a pause so sharp you notice all the other tiny sounds, the creak of the trailer frame, the faint shush of tires passing on the road outside. From the kitchen, the fridge did its thing, a quiet hum, when the compressor engaged a faint click when it stopped. That rhythm had been the background track of my life since I was a kid. It was the one mechanical sound that never bothered me. The podcast started with a theme, the now standard minor key piano over a low rumble of something meant to sound like wind. Then the host came in, his voice smooth and practiced. Tonight, he said, "We're going to talk about one of the strangest open cases in East Tennessee. A man who called his brother and 911 from the side of a highway, begged for help, and then vanished into thin air. I'd lived those sentences, but hearing them lined up like that made the whole thing sound like a campfire tale. A little unreal, a little too tidy. He went through the beats like he was reading from our file. Mark's debt, the warrant, the fight with Jenna, the late-night drive to my mom's that detoured behind Keegan instead. He had his facts, straight dates, times, names. He had even gotten little personal details from Jenna, how Mark used to always put his wallet in the visor of his truck, how he hated sitting with his back to a door in a restaurant. As he talked, the podcaster spliced in bits of Jenna's interview. Her voice sounded different through his mics, flatter somehow, like the room had soaked some of the life out of it. She told the story of that night again, the fight, the last hug, his promise that he'd be back when he cooled off. You could hear her sucking in a breath when she talked about checking the kids' bedrooms every night for weeks afterward, like part of her still believed he might have just slipped past her into the house one day. He quoted me secondhand since I hadn't sat down with him. According to Mark's brother Eric, he said at one point there was no sign of a struggle at the truck. No blood, no dropped keys, just absence. He made the absence sound big enough to walk around in. Halfway through, he warned listeners that they were about to hear real 911 audio and suggested turning down the volume if they were sensitive. I did the opposite. I jabbed at my phone and nudged it up a couple of notches until his voice and the buzz of his fake storm faded, and all I could hear was the quiet hiss of the recorder waiting. 911, what's your emergency? I could have recited my brother's lines by then. The pauses, the clipped breath, the way his words tangled. What I was not prepared for was the way the podcaster had edited it. He had shaved off the edges, tightened the dead air, boosted the volume on the hits so they popped through earbuds like someone banging on the side of my own room. He laid a tiny bit of low-frequency sound under the whole thing, barely audible to make it feel bigger, more cinematic. I worked in audio just enough at the tire shop, messing with radios and shop speakers to recognize the trick. Still, when the hollow thump of someone's fist hitting Mark's truck came through, my heart jumped like it always did. When my brother said, "They're not letting me leave," in that hoarse, honest way, I had to close my eyes. Lying there in the dark, the ceiling just a darker square above me, I found myself holding my breath during the same beats as the first time. The silence between his words. The stretch where all you could hear was his breathing and the wind and that maybe voice muttering something I still could not make out. The fridge in the kitchen chose that moment to shut off. The compressor clicked, the hum died, and for a second the only sound in my head and the room was my brother's. The call cut. The operator's "Sir" echoed, then faded. Then the podcaster came back in his tone lower, respecting the mood he'd just created. That was the last confirmed recording of Mark's voice, he said. From there, nothing. He launched into theories. He structured the back half like a debate, laying out one path and then the next. Theory 1, Mark was high paranoid and disoriented. He fled the lot, wandered into the woods, or a ditch succumbed to exposure or a fall, and animals took care of the rest. He cited cases, statistics, timelines. He used phrases like psychosis-driven behavior and tragically common outcome. Theory 2. The people he believed were circling his truck were real, and they were not just there to scare him. They followed him when he ran or caught him before he left, and whatever happened next just did not leave enough behind to find. A fast, ugly altercation. A body moved. A crime that fell through the cracks. He touched the truck driver's call, the one about a figure in the ditch. He used it to prop both ideas up. If you believe Mark was hallucinating, he said you could argue this anonymous figure was just coincidence. If you think he was being watched, maybe the trucker glimpsed him trying to escape. He played a slowed-down version of the 911 clip at the very end. Under his closing monologue, the hits dulled, but the breathing still there like some ghost layered under his words. When it was over, my ears rang with the absence of sound. I lay there for a long time without taking the earbuds out, the white wires trailing across my chest. The HVAC kicked back on. The fridge started its cycle again. Somewhere outside, a big rig downshifted as it came off the highway, the low moan rolling past like a tired animal. My phone buzzed against my sternum. A notification banner slid down over the paused podcast app. Jenna again. "Do you think it'll help?" she'd written. "Do you think someone out there knows something I didn't answer right away?" Instead, curiosity or self-sabotage made me tap open the podcast app's comments instead. They were everything I had expected and nothing I was ready for. Dude was tweaking. One person wrote, "I work ER. This is textbook meth paranoia." He wandered off and Mother Nature did her thing. Or someone else replied, "Somebody took him." Those hits on the truck. You can hear another guy in the background. He was not alone. A dozen others jumped in, arguing about decibel levels, and waveforms like this was an engineering problem and not my brother's last minutes. People wrote long posts dissecting his phrasing, his breathing, the way he said they instead of he at certain points. One comment stuck with me more than the rest. I swear it read, "Right before the call drops, I hear another man say something, like open it or don't." Gives me chills every time. I can't believe the cops just wrote this off. I stared at that line until the text blurred. It was the first time I had seen a stranger latch onto the same half-heard scrap that had haunted me since that conference room. I should have felt vindicated. Instead, it made me feel exposed, like someone had reached into my chest and pulled out a secret. Scrolling past the theories and the armchair detectives and the people using my brother's fear as background noise for their laundry folding, I felt something complicated knot up in me. Part of me hated them. Hated the way they said his name like it was a character in a story. Hated the way they turned our worst nights into content, into downloads and ad reads and a bump in Patreon subscribers. It felt like watching someone go through his drawers without asking. Another part of me, smaller, meaner, was relieved. Because for all their flaws, most of those strangers believed he had really been in trouble. They heard his voice and took his fear at face value instead of waving it off as just Mark High again. They did not know him as the guy who skipped court dates and picked fights. They knew him as the man in the truck in the dark saying, "They're not letting me leave." They were wrong about 100 things, but right about that. I finally backed out of the app and answered Jenna's text. "I don't know if it'll help," I wrote, "but at least people are listening." I didn't add the rest out loud, and if enough of them keep playing that tape over and over, maybe someone who was there that night will eventually recognize the other voice that keeps slipping between the static. 4.3 The tape starts to splinter. 1001 200 words. The internet did what it always does. It took something raw and ugly and started sanding it down over and over until everyone could see their own reflection in it. After the podcast episode, the 911 call started floating around in places I never would have gone looking for it on purpose. Clips on YouTube with titles like "Chilling 911 Audio." "What do you hear?" Reddit threads with waveforms screenshot and circled in red. Some people ripped the audio straight from the show. Others said they had source files cleaner, closer to what the sheriff's office had. At first, I tried not to click. I had the real thing or close enough on a thumb drive in my dresser. I had no interest in watching strangers argue over bit rates and codecs while using my brother as background noise. Then one night, I opened my email and found a message with the subject line, "I cleaned up your brother's call." The sender was a username I half recognized from a thread somewhere, one of those handles that look like a license plate smashed into a keyboard. Inside was a short paragraph about how they were really moved by the podcast, how they do audio work for fun, and how they had run the file through some tools to bring out the background vocal. Attached was in .mp3. I stared at the name of the attachment for a long time. Mark 911 cleaned final 3.mp3. The body of the email ended with a line, "Listen at 0:23. To me, it clearly says, "Don't move. Let me know what you think." A week later, someone DM'd me on a social page I barely used. Different username, same tone. "Hey man, big fan of the show that covered your bro. Sorry if that's weird. I did some EQ on the clip. Boosted the mids, cut some hiss. Background guy is definitely saying, 'over here.' It's like he's directing someone." I didn't remember giving any of these people my contact info, but you leave enough footprints online, comment here, share a link there, and someone who is determined can follow them back to you. More messages trickled in over the next few months. People who had slowed the call down reversed it, run it through spectrograms, drawn red boxes around parts of the waveform. Each of them sure they had found the key. "No listen again," at 0:27 one wrote. "You guys have it wrong. It says he sees you." They attached an image my brother's voice rendered as jagged lines in blues and reds. A caption under a particular blotch read, "Background voice." The thing that got me wasn't that they were hearing different words. It was how sure each one of them was that their version was the right one. As if the noise in between my brother's breaths was a mirror, and the only thing it could reflect was whatever they brought to it. "Don't move" made sense if you believed he was cornered. "Over here" fit if you imagined men fanning out in the dark. "He sees you" worked if you wanted this to be something more than just human malice and bad luck. It was like watching people stand around the same smudge on a wall and argue whether it looked more like a rabbit or a wolf. I ignored the files for a long time. I told myself I didn't need some stranger's enhancement. I had sat in that conference room and heard the call straight off the county's recorder. Anything after that was just varnish. Then there was this one night at the shop. It was one of those dead shifts where nobody comes in after 9 and by 11 you've already swept twice just to have something to do. The other guy on my shift had gone home early, kid sick boss reluctantly agreeing, so it was just me in the big fluorescent box. Out in the bays, the lift stood empty. The concrete smelled like rubber and old oil. We kept the big overhead doors down at night, but you could still hear the occasional truck rumble past outside, the sound dulled to a low, steady vibration. In the break room, the TV was off for once. I'd killed it earlier because the canned laughter was making me want to throw something. The vending machine's compressor hummed in the corner, cutting in and out with a soft click. The mini fridge under the counter added its own higher whir to the mix. Above it all, the old fluorescent light bar buzzed quietly, a tired insectile sound. I sat at the little laminate table with my laptop open in front of me, the screen casting a pale blue rectangle onto the chipped surface. I'd been half-heartedly scrolling through videos when my email tab caught my eye. The message with Mark 911 cleaned final 3.mp3 was still there. Unopened, technically. The others were scattered nearby, different file names, all variations on the same idea. I don't know what made that night different. Boredom, maybe. Or the kind of curiosity that feels like picking at a scab you know you shouldn't touch. I downloaded the file. The progress bar filled in an instant. It wasn't a big attachment. I clicked it. My default player popped up the little timeline, a straight, innocent line waiting to be carved into. I glanced at the break room door as if someone might walk in and ask what I was doing. The shop was silent. I hit play. 911, what is your emergency? Same operator's voice, but everything around it had shifted. The cleaning job had stripped out some of the room noise, smoothed the hiss. My brother's breathing came through sharper, each inhalation a sandpaper drag. He said the same words in the same order with the same breaks. I knew them all. But the empty spaces between them felt different now. That faint, low rumble I'd learned to tune out was gone. In its place was a kind of thinness, like the track had been stretched. Then came the part everyone cared about. The background voice, if there was one. I scrubbed the slider back, listened to the section around the last hit on the truck. Did it again and again. The first time with the cleaned up file and the words, "Don't move," sitting in my head. From the email, that's what I heard. A quick double syllable under his breath, and the wind, the consonants lining up just enough for my brain to latch on. Don't move. It fit the rhythm of things being said to him that night. It fit the image I had of someone standing right outside the truck, hand on the door. The second time, remembering the other message, the guy who insisted it was, over here, my ears shifted. That same smudge of sound stretched differently. My mind pulled it toward those vowels. Over here. Like someone calling out to someone else just behind the mic's range. The third time I tried to listen like none of them had ever said anything to me. I squeezed my eyes shut, leaned closer to the cheap laptop speakers until the plastic casing pressed against my forearms. All I heard was wind. Wind and breathing and the faint ring of my own expectation. Out in the bays, the air compressor kicked on with a low, chugging roar, then shut off. Somewhere in the ceiling, ductwork clicked. The break room fridge cycled its compressor, thrumming, filling the small space with a mechanical heartbeat. I dragged the slider back again, thumb hovering over the trackpad. The fourth time, the timing lined up just wrong. I hit play. The call rolled forward those same beats I knew so well. His breathing, his words, the hit, the hiss. Then right as the background sound swelled toward that blurred syllable, the fridge in the corner shut off. Its compressor clipped off with a tiny, familiar click. The hum dropped out of the room, taking with it a layer of noise I hadn't realized I'd been filtering. For a blink, the silence in the break room and the thin, cleaned-up silence in my brother's call lined up like two slides overlapping. There, in that sliver of matched quiet, the smudge on the recording sharpened. It wasn't the full shape of a word. It wasn't even a clear, distinct sound. Just a cluster of tones that for the first time seemed to resolve into something my brain recognized instantly and didn't want to. It sounded too much like my own name. Not perfect, not crisp, but close enough that every hair on my arms stood up at once. Close enough that I had an instant animal flash image of somebody leaning into my brother's open window in the dark and saying something that started with the same vowel I carry around in my chest. The moment it hit me, I yanked my hand back like I'd burned it. The laptop kept playing for another couple of seconds, the operator's voice asking if he was still there, but I wasn't listening anymore. My heart was beating too loud to hear anything but that. I slammed the spacebar. The break room snapped back into itself. Fluorescent buzz, vending machine hum, the faint, far-off thud of a car door closing in the lot out front. All the normal sounds rushed back in, but the impression of that half-formed echo stayed like the afterimage of a bright light when you close your eyes. I sat there with my hand flat on the table, fingertips tingling, staring at the little frozen line on the screen. Every rational part of me knew what had just happened. The power of suggestion. The human brain's need to find patterns in noise. The way you can make yourself hear Laurel or Yanni if you want it badly enough. I could have pulled up some clip of strangers arguing about misheard lyrics to prove it. None of that mattered to the part of me that had just for a second felt like my dead brother and I were in the same room together with a stranger's mouth between us. I closed the player, ejected the thumb drive from my laptop with a little angry click. The file stayed in my downloads folder, a gray icon waiting, but I told myself that was just laziness. I shut the laptop altogether and slid it back into my bag. I wiped my palms on my work pants, even though they weren't sweating. I got up, walked out into the empty bays, and turned the shop radio back on just to have human voices in the air. Some late-night DJ was rambling about a promotion between bursts of country songs I didn't know the names of. I did not open that cleaned-up file again. When I finally wrote this down, I put it as plainly as I could, the fourth time I heard something that sounded too much like my own name. I closed the laptop and didn't play it again for almost 6 years. 5.1. The email from strangers. 101 words. By the time 9 years had passed, the Keegan warehouse looked less like a place of business and more like something the earth was slowly trying to swallow. The big white "For Lease" sign out by the road had gone crooked, one metal post bent where some truck must have nudged it. The paint had peeled off the letters in curling strips, so from a distance it just looked like a blank hanging tooth. Vines climbed the chain-link fence. Grass filled the cracks in the access road. The company name on the side of the building had faded almost to nothing, just a ghost logo catching the sun at certain angles. The lot behind it, the place where my brother's truck had once sat, with its hazards blinking, turned the same dull, anonymous brown as every other abandoned patch of dirt along 25E. If you did not know what had happened there, you would not have guessed. The containers still stood in their lopsided stacks, but they had lost whatever temporary meaning the searchlights and yellow flags had given them. They were back to being boxes nobody wanted to open. Life had not forgotten Mark exactly. It just had to keep doing other things. My son grew up. He went from asking, "When is Uncle Mark coming back?" in a small, hopeful voice, to not asking at all, the way kids eventually stop asking about a toy that's been gone too long. Jenna remarried quietly to a man who worked at a different plant in the next county. My mother's joints stiffened. She got one of those pill organizers with the days of the week printed on top, and every now and then I would catch her staring at it like it was a little tombstone. I got older in the boring ways, more lines around my eyes, more gray at my temples, more creaks in my knees after a long shift. I still worked nights more often than not. The break room at the shop cycled through new calendars and safety posters. The TV got replaced with a flatter, bigger one. The mini fridge died, then came back in a slightly newer version. The vending machine stayed eternally half-stocked and humming. The hole where my brother should have been stayed too. I just got better at walking around it without tripping every day. We had our routines. Twice a year on his birthday, and the day he disappeared, we let ourselves look straight at the missing piece. We'd gather at my mother's place, eat food. Nobody really wanted to scroll through old photos and tell the same stories. Jenna would drive over with the kids and spend most of the afternoon in the kitchen helping with dishes, just so she had something to do with her hands. The sheriff's office would send a form letter update once in a while, case still open, leads pursued as they arise. Please contact us with any information. It all felt like maintenance, keeping the absence tidy. I had almost convinced myself this was how it would stay. No body, no answer, just an unsolved line in the ledger of our lives. Then, on a wet Thursday night in March, the internet found us again. It was the kind of rain that made everything sound like it was happening one room over. Not a storm, no thunder, no lightning, just a steady patient tapping on the metal roof of the shop. Out in the bays, the puddles reflected the overhead lights in long, broken streaks. No customers were going to risk bald tires on that. The place was nearly empty. I was alone in the break room, same as 100 other nights. The fluorescent light over the table flickered every now and then, buzzing a little louder before settling. Someone had left the radio on low in the corner, tuned to a local station that alternated between country songs and traffic updates. The smell in there was familiar enough to be comforting: burnt coffee in the pot, old oil sunk into the floor, a hint of rubber from the stacks of tires in the next room. I took my usual seat at the table, the one with the least wobble, and opened my laptop more out of habit than intention. The email tab was still pinned in the corner from earlier. I clicked it without thinking, expecting the usual promotional junk and overdue bill reminders. Instead, at the top of the inbox, there was a new message from an address I did not recognize. No profile picture, just a name and a string of letters that suggested some kind of small, non-profit lost paths. Search Igmail. The subject line made my chest tighten before I had even opened it. Re your brother Mark. Volunteer Search Initiative. The rain ticked against the roof a little louder. On the radio, the DJ's voice faded, and a segment about a pileup on a different highway came in, words like lane closure and injuries unknown drifting over from the speaker. A familiar echo: late night road, bad luck. I clicked the email. Dear Eric, it began. Most scam messages don't start that way. This one did. It went on. We hope it is all right that we reached out directly. Our names are Caleb and Rena, and we help coordinate a volunteer search group that focuses on long-term missing persons in rural areas. We're based in-state, but our members come from all over. We first learned about your brother's case from the podcast name redacted episode a while back, and it has stayed with us. We know law enforcement conducted an extensive search at the time, and we respect the work that was done. We also know that resources are limited, and after a certain point, cases like Mark's are forced to wait for new information. Our group specializes in organizing what we call secondary sweeps, years after the initial search, using updated tools, high-resolution drone imaging, GPS-based grid tracking, and trained recovery K9s. We work in coordination with the local sheriff's office and with the family's permission. We don't charge anything. We're all volunteers. We would like to offer to do this for Mark. They laid out the rest in practical, almost gentle detail. They had already reached out to the current sheriff. Sullivan had retired 2 years back and gotten a tentative green light pending family consent. They knew the Keegan property was technically private, but they'd contacted the out-of-state company that still held the lease, and access for one weekend for the purpose of a search was apparently not a problem. We can't promise results, they wrote. No one can. But we can promise that the ground where Mark was last seen will be covered again with the kind of thoroughness that wasn't always possible a decade ago. They mentioned what they'd bring, like it was just equipment, not hope. A drone with thermal imaging to catch things in the tree line the helicopter might have missed. Updated K9 teams trained specifically in recovery, not just tracking. GPS mapping so every bootstep was logged and could be reviewed later, instead of relying on someone's memory of which patch of weeds they walked through. At the end, after the signatures and the phone numbers, there was one last line: we know reaching out like this might also reopen a wound. If you'd like us to leave it be, we will. But if there's even a small part of you that wants to look again, we're ready to help. I read the email twice, then a third time, my eyes snagging on different sentences each go-round. The radio droned on, shifting from traffic to talk to music and back again. The rain on the roof never changed, just kept tapping its small, insistent rhythm. Part of me wanted to hit delete, to send some polite no thank you reply, and then bury it under a pile of spam until it felt like another near miss. Because saying yes meant a lot of things I had spent 9 years trying not to think about too hard. It meant admitting out loud that I did not really believe Mark was going to walk through anyone's door again. Not as a whole person. Not even as a miracle who'd lost his memory and built a new life somewhere else. It meant conceding what the hole in our family had been telling us quietly for years, that if there was going to be anything left to find, it would not be him, just the outline of where he had stopped being. It meant standing out in that field again, maybe in the exact spot where I'd once felt the world go muffled, and letting strangers comb through the place like it was a crime scene instead of a piece of our personal hell. It meant opening a box I had taped shut in my head labeled Mark's body. On the other hand, ignoring the email meant something just as bad. It meant choosing to leave him out there wherever out there was, without letting anyone who knew how to look take another shot at bringing even a piece of him home. It meant settling permanently into the version of the story where a man calls for help from a dirt lot and then is never seen again, full stop, no further search attempts needed. I closed the laptop without answering, shoved the chair back, and stepped into the bay. The concrete was colder than the break room carpet, the air fogging slightly in front of my mouth. I checked the empty lifts, the locked tool cabinets, just to move. My mother hated the idea when I told her. She was at the kitchen table, the TV in the other room, turned down low enough that you could only just make out the murmur of some crime show. The glow of it flickered on the thin wall. Her hands were folded around a mug of tea gone cold. Why now, she asked when I showed her the email printed out. What good is it going to do now this long they couldn't find him when he was fresh? What are they going to find 9 years later? Bones, that's what you want, Eric, to go stand out there and watch them hold up bones. Her voice didn't break. It flattened, which was somehow worse. I don't know what I want, I admitted. I just know they're offering, and they seem serious. It's not just some podcast guy with a microphone this time. She shook her head, eyes on the paper, but not really seeing it. Every time we think we're as hurt as we can get, something comes along and proves us wrong, she said. I don't know if I can sit in this house again waiting for a phone call from that place. She pushed the pages back toward me like they were hot. Jenna surprised me by going the other way. We met in the parking lot of a big box store on the edge of town, both of us leaning against our cars, while her new husband wrangled the kids inside. She read the email on my phone, her eyes narrowing as she scrolled. You think it's real? She asked. I checked the group's name, I said. They've done this in other counties, found people before, or parts of them. She exhaled a long, slow breath that fogged in the cool air. Cars came and went around us, tires hissing on the wet pavement. I don't want to see a body, she said. I don't want the kids to ever have that picture in their heads. But I also don't want my husband, my ex-husband, the father of my kids, to be a question mark forever. Her mouth twisted. You know, it's like living with a page ripped out of the middle of your own book. She handed the phone back. If they're willing to look, let them look, she said. Either way, we'll know we tried again. We'll be able to say that when the kids are old enough to understand. Back at the shop that night, I opened the email one more time in the break room. The rain had started up again a little harder, drumming on the metal roof the way fingers drum when someone is impatient. On the radio, there was another segment about a wreck, this time on a different stretch of highway. Headlights in the dark, sirens somewhere else. Stories that would never quite intersect with ours, but carried the same notes. I read the last lines of the volunteer's message again. We know reaching out like this might also reopen a wound. If you'd like us to leave it be, we will. But if there's even a small part of you that wants to look again, we're ready to help. The break room fridge clicked off. For a second, the hum of the compressor dropped out, and the rain and radio seemed to move closer. I put my fingers on the keyboard and started to type a reply. 5.2 the second search at Keegan Lot 901 words. On a Saturday morning that felt wrong for how bright it was. I drove back down the cracked access road to Keegan with 10 strangers in my rearview mirror. They'd convoyed in from all over minivans with out-of-state plates, a pickup with a rescue group logo on the door, a small SUV with a drone case strapped in the back. I pulled off first tires, crunching the gravel that had crept over the asphalt since the last time the county had cared about this place. The others lined up behind me along the sagging fence. In daylight, with the sun not long past the tree line, the warehouse looked worse than I remembered. The big metal letters that used to spell Keegan Logistics were almost gone, just the rust shadows where they'd been bolted to the corrugated steel. The once white walls were streaked with brown and green where rain had run down them for years. The square loading bay doors sat in a row like shut eyes, the rubber bumpers around them cracked. Behind the building, the lot was no longer the bare-beaten field we'd walked to death during the first search. The earth had taken back whatever it could. Grass had grown tall in uneven patches, some of it up to my hips, waving in little gusts of wind like it was shrugging. In other spots, low weeds and scrubby bushes had filled in their branches, thin and wiry. The containers still stood in their staggered arrangement, but their paint had blistered and peeled, revealing long strips of orange rust underneath. A couple of the metal doors hung slightly open, a few inches ajar, showing only darkness inside thin, uninviting mouths. The chain-link fence that had once separated the back lot from the field beyond had given up on the idea of boundaries. Whole sections sagged toward the ground, the top rail bent down like someone had leaned on it too long. In one place, a tree had grown right through it, swallowing the metal in its trunk. The volunteers gathered near my car, shrugging on bright vests over hoodies and long sleeves. Their ages spread all over the spectrum, 20-somethings, with hiking packs, and old folks in stiff new boots. A few wore shirts with the group's name, Lost Paths, printed across the chest. Some carried long poles for poking through brush. One guy had a GPS unit clipped to his belt. Another held the hard plastic case that I knew from their emails contained the drone. Caleb, one of the coordinators, stepped up onto a concrete parking block so we could all see him. He was in his 30s, beard, baseball cap. The kind of person you expect to see leading a church camp or a weekend project, not a search nobody had ordered. "Okay, folks," he said, his voice carrying easily across the lot. "Thank you all again for coming out. For those of you who haven't done one of these with us before, here's the plan." He turned and pointed not at the building, but at the space around it. "We're going to treat this as a fresh area," he said. "I know law enforcement did a big push here back in the day, and we respect that. But we're not assuming their grids are our grids. We'll work the tree line along the back, the drainage ditches on both sides, the field beyond the fence, and very important, the area where the original command post was." He smiled briefly, not out of joy, but to cut the tension. "Y'all probably know this already, but time moves things. Water moves things. Animals move things. What wasn't visible 9 years ago might be a few inches up now." He held up his phone screen, glowing. "We're running GPS tracks on an app," he continued. "Everybody assigned to a line will have it on. That means every step we take is going to show up as a breadcrumb on the map. When we're done today, we'll be able to see exactly where we've been and where we haven't, instead of just guessing. So if I yell at you to straighten your line, it's not because I like hearing my own voice. It's because I can see gaps." A little ripple of nervous laughter went through the group. He nodded toward the SUV where Rena was already unpacking the drone case. The device sat there like a big black insect, arms folded. "We'll have the drone up over the field and tree line," he said. "That'll give us a top-down view and thermal once the air warms up a bit. Dogs will work the thick stuff where we can't see our own boots. If you find anything that looks like clothing, bone, personal effects, you flag it, photograph it in place with your phone if you can, and call it in. You don't pick it up, you don't pocket it, you don't move it." He gestured at me. Then a subtle tilt of his head that made everyone else's eyes follow. "This is Eric," he said. "He's family. He knows the place. If he says something feels off in a spot, we listen. I wasn't sure I deserved that much authority, but I nodded anyway, feeling a dozen sets of eyes slide off me as quickly as they'd landed. Nobody wanted to stare at the brother too long. It was still morning, but the light had that thin, anemic quality I remembered from the first search, bright enough to see details, not bright enough to make anything feel normal. The air was cool, damp from rain earlier in the week. My boots sank half an inch into soft places, making that soft, disgusting suck when I shifted my weight. The sounds were wrong for daylight. Wasps had made nests somewhere along the warehouse's eaves. You could hear them buzzing impatiently around a jagged tear in one of the loading bay seals, a higher, meaner hum than any fly. Every now and then, one would bump against the metal with a tiny tap, frustrated. Inside the building, unseen metal expanded and contracted in the slow, warming air, giving off faint, irregular ticks and pings. It sounded like distant footsteps on a hollow floor, but never in any pattern you could predict. Out in the lot, the tall grass brushed against denim with a steady shh as people walked through it, and the mud made its opinion known as we crossed old ruts, wet, squelching protests under our soles. Each step came with its own little noise, amplified by the weird quiet that hangs over places people have given up on. We got split into teams. I ended up with 4 volunteers, and one of the group's regulars, a woman named Teresa, who'd been in more searches than she looked old enough to have been. "Tree line then out," she said, checking her phone for the grid overlay. "We'll start behind where the command post used to be. That's here." She pointed and started walking without looking back to see if we were following. We were. Everyone wanted to be moving rather than standing. The spot where the sheriff's tent had once stood was easy enough to pinpoint even after all these years. The ground there was flatter, the grass shorter, like the soil still remembered having heavy things pressed against it. Someone had dumped a broken pallet and an old tire nearby, but otherwise it was just open space. Standing there, I could almost see the ghost of the white canvas, the SUVs lined up the light towers stabbing at the night that wasn't here right now. I could almost hear the generators instead of the bees. We skirted past it toward the back, the grass getting taller as we went, seeds brushing my forearms. Teresa checked the app again, adjusted our line like she was angling a net. As we drew closer to where the field opened out, my feet started doing that thing they'd done the first time 9 years ago, recognizing the ground before my eyes did. If you'd taken a picture from above, it wouldn't have looked like much. No perfect circle, no obvious scar, just a faint dip in the land, maybe a foot lower at its deepest point, cutting diagonally across the back of the lot. The grass there wasn't as high as in the surrounding patches, and a few scrubby bushes had taken root along its edge, their thin branches poking out like the ribs of something buried. If I hadn't known what I was looking for, I might have glanced right past it. As it was, my chest tightened as soon as I saw the angle of the fence line shift. "There," I said before I could stop myself. Teresa glanced over, then down at her phone. The little breadcrumb trail of our steps was approaching a darker strip on the satellite overlay, where the shadows had always been thicker. "That's the place?" she asked quietly. "Yeah," I said. "Where the dog stopped. Where they put the flag. Right about..." I stepped forward, boot finding just the change in grade I remembered. "Here." Up close it looked harmless. A shallow, overgrown swale, weeds and grass, and a couple of knee-high saplings fighting for space. The earth under the greenery was bare in spots, dark and damp. Someone had dumped a few crushed beer cans nearby years ago. The aluminum was shredded but still shiny in places. The others in our line kept pace without crowding me, eyes scanning the ground poles, poking ahead. It didn't hit all at once this time. There was no dramatic one step in and the world muffles sensation. Maybe the years had thinned it out. Maybe my brain had armored itself. But as we moved further along that low strip, I noticed it creeping in at the edges. The buzz of wasps near the loading bay seemed to fade, even though we were closer now to the back wall. The far-off rushing of the highway melted into the background until it was just a pressure instead of a sound. The drone of insects in the taller grass on either side of us dropped not to zero, but down to a level where you had to lean into it. It was like someone had taken the mix of the world and turned one particular slider down. Teresa was saying something into her headset. Team 2 entering back depression logging coordinates now, but her voice sounded slightly farther away than the distance between us justified. The squelch of mud under my boots was crisp, almost too loud, while the rustle of my teammates' steps blurred. "Feels weird," one of the younger volunteers muttered unprompted. "Like when you walk into a room with carpet after being in a hallway with tile. Sounds all different." He hadn't been here the first time. I hadn't told them the story about how the dog had whined and pulled away. It wasn't nostalgia doing this. "Just keep your spacing," Teresa said. "We mark it, we move through it. Weird is okay. We're not here for the vibes, but the vibes were here for us." My pole touched something under the grass, a root, a rock, something stubborn. I knelt, brushed aside a clump of weeds. Just dirt, hard-packed and damp with small stones embedded like old teeth. Overhead, the drone buzzed to life from somewhere near the front lot, its higher-pitched whine growing as it climbed. We watched it arc over us, a black cross against the pale sky, then tilt toward the tree line. Its sound was sharp enough to slice through whatever quiet this place tried to make. Even with that mechanical insect up there, the air around my ankles and knees felt thick like wading into a shallow pool. 9 years ago, I'd backed out of this strip as fast as I could, unsettled by something I couldn't name. This time, with strangers at my shoulders and a thin blue line drawing our progress across a map in Teresa's hand, I kept walking. The insects were quieter here. The ground was softer, and under all of it, even in daylight, I could feel something waiting. 5.3 shorts, shoes, and a skull fragment, subtart to 200 words. We were maybe an hour into the sweep when the line hiccuped. "I've got something," one of the younger volunteers called out, his voice pitching just enough to cut through the drone noise and the swish of grass. The rule on these searches is simple. You don't run toward a find. You don't rush, you don't cluster, you don't trample. Everybody froze where they were, poles planted, heads turning. "Stay put," Teresa snapped, already moving in a slow, deliberate arc toward the voice. "Eyes on your own feet. Don't step into his line." The kid who'd called out Jordan, I think his name was mid-20s, and trying very hard not to look as scared as he sounded, stood a few yards ahead of me in the shallow depression. His pole was still extended, the end hovering over something at his boots. He looked like he was afraid to breathe on it. I walked toward him along the path we'd already cleared, letting Teresa pick her way through the fresh ground between us. Every step felt like it clicked in my bones. From a distance, what he'd found could have been trash. God knows there was plenty of that out here, old fast food bags, empty bottles, the husks of things people had finished with and thrown away. Except even through the tangle of low grass, some part of me recognized the shape. It was a boot. An old work boot, scuffed and caked with dried mud that no rain had quite washed clean. It lay on its side, the lace's undone tongue pulled halfway out, as if someone had kicked it off without bothering to unthread anything. The leather was cracked white along the creases. The toe was abraded where it had once dragged along concrete or gravel. "Hold there," Teresa said to Jordan. She crouched down, careful to plant her feet where his had already flattened the plants, and leaned in just enough to see. Okay. Okay. Everybody. You see how he's standing, That's your boundary. Nobody cross in front of him." She pulled her phone from her pocket and snapped a few pictures from above, then from the side, her hand steady. My throat had gone dry. The boots Mark wore that night had been like 1,000 other pairs sold in 1,000 discount shoe aisles, brown, steel-toed heavy. I had a pair just like them in my own closet at one point. This one was generic enough to belong to anyone. It still made my heart slam against my ribs in a way I couldn't control. Second boot, someone called out farther along the same shallow line voice, tighter now. About 3 yards past the first. Same size. We all turned our heads, as if we'd rehearsed it, eyes tracing the invisible line between the 2 points. The second boot lay upright heel, half buried in the dirt, as if whoever had been wearing it had stepped down and then kept going without it. Beyond that, part way up the little slope, a smear of gray broke the green. Teresa moved slowly in that direction, skirted the second boot, and stopped a good foot away from the gray patch. Up close, it resolved into fabric. A hoodie face down, half swallowed by the grass and low weeds. One sleeve was twisted under the body, the cuff shredded and darkened. The cloth was torn jaggedly near the elbow, exposing the dirty inside of the fleece. She took more photos. The drone overhead shifted position, its shadow sliding across us, the steady whine in the air turning slightly as it angled its camera down. It could be anybody's, I heard myself say, even as my brain layered the image over a memory. Mark in my mom's kitchen the night before he disappeared, leaning against the counter in a gray hoodie that had a grease stain near the pocket and a tiny logo on the chest. Kicking his boots off by the door, leaving them in a heap she'd yell about later. Lacing them up again before storming out. Jenna wasn't there that morning. The kids had school, and she said she'd rather wait at home for news than stand on the edge of another field. It was just me, my boots, my memories, and 10 strangers with their own ghosts. I took out my phone anyway, zoomed in on the hoodie from where I stood, careful not to move closer than Teresa had allowed. I snapped a picture and sent it to Jenna with 2 words. "You see this?" The typing dots appeared faster than I expected. For a few seconds, they blinked on and off as if her hands could not decide what to do. Then it looks like his. The boots too. Caleb came up from the other side of the depression, his GPS unit in one hand, his other already going for the radio clipped to his shoulder. "All right," he said quietly, like we were in church. "We need to lock this down. Nobody moves forward. We're calling it in." He keyed the radio voice, going official in an instant. "Base, this is Field Team 2. We've got probable personal effects boots clothing on the back depression. Request sheriffs to respond. Sending coordinates now." As he rattled off numbers, another volunteer, a woman with a ponytail and a camera, notched orange survey flags into the ground along the perimeter, marking the spots where we'd stopped. Each little square of plastic fluttered in the light breeze, bright against the muted dirt. We stood there waiting, a loose ring of humans around a few forgotten things. The air changed again. The wasps kept up their angry patrol around the warehouse, but the sound of them thinned. The usual morning birdsong, sparrows, starlings, whatever small things lived in the scrub, seemed to have retreated. You could hear them farther off, scattered in the tree line beyond, but inside this shallow basin, there was nothing with wings making noise. What was loud suddenly were distant things. The wind moving through the fence behind us, threading itself through the broken links, so it made a low, hollow whistle. The highway a half-mile away, its constant motion turned into a soft roar like surf heard from a long way inland. Trucks, downshifting cars, hitting wet patches, it all blurred into a big, patient hush. Nobody in our circle said much. Jordan kept his eyes fixed on the first boot jaw, clenched, like he was afraid his teeth might chatter if he relaxed. Teresa busied herself double-checking the photos on her phone, not because she had to, but because it was something to do with her hands. My own hands shook when I put my phone back in my pocket. I wrapped them around the handle of my pole until my knuckles felt creaky. We'd been told in training not to touch anything, not even to turn a shoe over or shake a shirt out. It was practical preserve evidence, preserve context. Standing there, it felt like more than that. It felt like we had stumbled into someone else's last steps, and the least we could do was not rearrange them. The sheriff's SUVs took longer to arrive than they had 9 years before. Different day, different budget, different priority list. When they did pull up at the edge of the lot, though, the sight of the light bars made my stomach knot exactly the same way. 2 deputies got out, one older, one younger. The older one wore his years and the lines around his eyes, the dark shape of his radio already pressed into his shoulder from years of use. I recognized him vaguely from some event or other, but his name tag might as well have been blank for all my brain processed in that moment. Caleb broke from our ring and met them halfway, talking low, pointing back toward us. They listened, faces, tightening hands, already moving toward their gloves. When they came into the depression, they walked the path Teresa and Jordan had flattened, placing their boots carefully. They took their own photographs. They spoke in short sentences, meant mostly for the recorders on their chests. Single right work boot with apparent wear laces, untied position approximate vector northeast. Second boot likely mate heel, partially embedded distance approximately 9 feet from first. Gray hooded sweatshirt, significant deterioration located between and offset. I tuned most of it out. My attention had latched onto a small patch of ground just beyond them, where the grass gave way to bare dirt. The older deputy saw it at the same time I did. He stepped forward, then checked himself so abruptly his younger partner almost bumped into him. His boot stopped an inch short of a pale, curved thing half buried in the soil. For a second, my brain tried to put it in the wrong category. A rock? A piece of plastic? A chunk of some old, broken thing left behind by construction. Then the light hit it from a different angle, and the illusion snapped. It was smooth in a way nothing out here should be smooth. Curved in a precise, careful arc, edges worn but still clearly defined. The color of an old tooth. You didn't have to be a doctor to recognize the basic template of what it had once been part of. Skull. About the size of my palm. A fragment, not a hole, but enough. My knees went a little loose, like someone had taken a wrench to them. I did not need anyone to tell me what it was. Every cell in my body recognized it before my head could form the word. The younger deputy swore softly under his breath and backed up, giving the older one room. Gloves went on. Evidence markers came out, yellow plastic triangles on the grass. The camera flashed polite and clinical. The chatter from the rest of the teams around the lot, people who hadn't seen yet, who were still working their own grids, faded down to a murmur in my ears. The drone overhead hovered, its buzzing suddenly intrusively loud, like an insect that had found its way into a church. Eric Caleb said quietly, stepping close enough that only I could hear. "We're going to pull everyone back for now. They'll lock this area down." I nodded without moving my eyes from the pale curve in the dirt. The deputies set up their perimeter yellow tape and more flags and started making calls to the medical examiner, to whoever you call when a missing person becomes a body. Volunteers were herded gently back toward the front lot, given water, told to sit in the shade of their cars if they needed. Before we left the depression, one of the tech-savvier guys on our team, a woman named Lila, dragged a gloved finger across her phone screen and frowned thoughtfully. "Eric," she said, holding it out to me. "You should see this." It was the GPS map from the app, the one that had been quietly recording every step we'd taken since we walked onto the property. Lines in different colors snaked across the satellite image, yesterday's recon, this morning's path, our current track through the field. She zoomed in on the shallow diagonal where we were standing. A red dot pulsed there, marking our current position. Directly under it, barely a pixel's breadth off, was another symbol, a little pin she'd imported from an older file the group had gotten from the sheriff's archives. Center of the original search area, she said. From back when they did this the first time. They gave us their grid map, remember? The 2 points then and now sat almost on top of each other. 9 years, 2 different sets of boots tech that barely existed when my brother vanished. Different weather, different eyes. Same scrap of earth. They had this marked as the middle of where they thought he wasn't. I said, my voice sounding wrong in my own ears. Lila looked out at the taped-off spot where the boots, the hoodie, and the fragment lay, waiting for someone from the morgue to witness them. And we just found boots, a hoodie, and a head, she said. Not a skull. Not even a whole word. Just enough syllables to carry the truth. I stared at the screen, at the overlapping marks on the map, then back at the ground under my feet. They had walked through this exact point, with dogs, with helicopters overhead, with thermal cameras. They had flagged it and logged it and moved on. We had just walked through it again and found what they didn't. The wind pressed against the fence, whispering. The highway roared softly, miles of rubber on asphalt sounding like surf on some distant shore. Above us, the sky stayed blank. No birds came close enough to make a sound. 6. The confirmation and the non-funeral 901 Salzur's words. The sheriff called on a Tuesday, which felt wrong. Bad news, lives in late nights, and knocked doors not in the middle of a weekday when the sun is still up and the mail has not even come yet. But my phone lit up at 3:17 p.m. with an unknown number from the county, and when I answered, it was the new sheriff's voice on the line, too careful to be about anything else. Eric, this is Sheriff Holcomb. Do you have a minute? I was in the back aisle of a parts store, a box of brake pads in my hand. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and somebody's kid was whining in the next aisle over about not getting a candy bar. I put the box back on the shelf without looking at it. Yeah, I said. I've got a minute. He did not waste it. First came the phrases they have to say, the lab in Nashville. The chain of custody, the comparison to known DNA from an old toothbrush of Mark's that my mother had kept in a cup by the sink for 9 years without throwing away. Then the phrase that snaps all the others together into a shape. The fragment recovered from the Keegan property is a positive match to your brother, he said. I'm very sorry for your loss. I had thought over the years about what it would feel like to hear that sentence. I had imagined my knees giving out or some loud cinematic sob forcing its way out of my chest. Instead, there was a small, stupid part of me that wanted to say, he's been gone for 9 years. You're late. Out loud, all I managed was, okay. Holcomb kept talking. They had found a few additional small fragments when they went back with their own team, after our search pieces of bone, none as substantial as the first. They were sending everything for cremation with our permission. Unfortunately, he said there's not enough for a full burial, but we can release what we have to your family for whatever arrangements you'd like to make. Arrangements. Another neat word for something jagged. He offered condolences again, the polite kind and the rougher kind, that comes from a man who has probably stood in too many living rooms, holding too many hats in his hands. He said they would keep the case open technically in case new information surfaced. He did not sound like a man who expected it to. When I hung up, the parts store aisle snapped back into focus. The kid in the next row was still whining. A forklift beeped somewhere in the back, backing up. A song played low over the speaker system, something with a steel guitar and a chorus about roads. My phone screen went dark in my hand. It felt heavier than it had a few minutes before. Driving to my mother's trailer to tell her I kept waiting for the wave. The crash, The moment where something inside me would finally crack open under the weight of the words. Instead, what I felt was a kind of dull, metallic ache, like a bruise pressed from the inside. It was not that I didn't care. It was that part of me had already attended this funeral 9 years earlier behind Keegan, and every year since in smaller private ways. The sheriff's confirmation was not the death. It was the paperwork, a certificate stapled to something my bones had already signed. We did not have a real funeral. There was no casket, no church full of people in black pretending they had known him well. There was a cremation in a building we did not see. And then one afternoon, in my mother's living room, where a small plain urn sat on the coffee table, like a guest no one knew how to introduce. Jenna brought the kids. They were older now, old enough to understand that Uncle Mark was not on a trip, young enough to still be clumsy with their hands around grief. My mother wore the same black blouse she had worn to her own mother's service, the fabric a little looser now around her shoulders. The TV was on, of course. It had become a fixture by then, a kind of electronic fireplace she kept lit at all hours. This time, though, the volume was turned all the way down. A daytime talk show flickered silently on the screen, hosts' mouths moving around jokes we could not hear, an audience clapping in pantomime. On the kitchen counter, there were plates of sandwiches on paper, plates the way there always is when people gather for deaths. Triangles of ham and cheese and mayonnaise that nobody is really hungry for. But everyone takes anyway, because chewing gives your jaw something to do besides tremble. The only real sound in the house was the clock on the wall. Tick, tick, tick. Every second landing a little louder than seemed reasonable. We did not pray, not out loud. My mother sat in her chair and held the urn in both hands for a while, thumbs rubbing unconsciously at the smooth lid like she was trying to warm it. Jenna sat on the couch with their youngest pressed against her side, her other hand covering her mouth, eyes bright and dry at the same time. I stood by the window for most of it, looking out at the small patch of yard and the road beyond, where the same trucks rolled past that had always rolled past. The sky was that washed-out blue that never commits to anything. A dog barked 2 trailers down over and over at nothing I could see. People said the things people say. At least you know now. At least you can have some closure. Those words slid past me and stuck in the air somewhere over the coffee table like smoke that refused to dissipate. Closure is what you have when a door actually latches. This felt more like someone had finally put a sign on it that said, "Closed years ago," in case there was any confusion. What lodged in me deeper than the official confirmation that Mark was dead was the map. The knowledge that the fragments of him they'd given us had come from that exact strip of ground I had stood on with a flag above my head, believing we were marking the center of nowhere. That the boots and hoodie and skull had all surfaced almost precisely where the first search had scribbled. We found nothing in grid lines. It wasn't his death that haunted me. It was the place the earth had chosen to give him back. After people drifted home and the urn found a semi-permanent spot on my mother's shelf between framed pictures of births and graduations, I went back to my own trailer. It was full dark by then. I flicked on the kitchen light and was immediately irritated by how normal everything looked. The sink needed dishes done. The trash bag was half full. A magnet advertisement for a pizza place I never ordered from anymore hung crooked on the fridge. I loaded the dishwasher more carefully than it deserved. Plates, glasses, the fork my son had left in the sink, with spaghetti sauce still clinging to it. The clatter of ceramic in the racks felt violent in the close space, too much like the sound of bones if I let my mind tilt that way. I poured in detergent, shut the door, and pressed start. Water rushed in the pump, kicking up to a steady roar white noise in a cabinet, a makeshift river. For a few minutes it was a blessing. It filled the little kitchen with something automatic, something dumb and physical that had nothing to do with DNA reports and coordinates. I leaned against the counter and listened to it. The whoosh and spray, the faint rattle of glasses as the jets hit them. Occasionally, the sound would change pitch as the cycle shifted, an internal decision made by a machine that did not know or care what day it was. Outside, I knew the highway was doing what it always did. Trucks and cars sliding through the nightlights, sweeping across exits and abandoned warehouses. People whose worst problem was being late, people whose lives were being split in half by phone calls they hadn't gotten yet. The sound of their going washed over everything, like a tide you could not hear indoors, unless you stood very, very still. The dishwasher reached the end of its cycle. There was a long, drawn-out hiss as the last of the water drained, then a beat, and then silence fell into the kitchen with a thud. It was like someone had closed a door on a loud room and left me standing on the other side in a hallway that had never seen a carpet. No hum from the machine. No TV on in the other room. The fridge, for once, between compressor cycles. The clock on my own wall louder than it had any right to be, carving the seconds into neat, merciless slices. Tick, tick, tick. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, a thudding, unsteady underline to the clock's metronome. For a second, in the gap between one tick and the next, I thought I heard the faintest hint of static, the ghost of a voice pressed into a decade-old recording. Then it was just me in the kitchen, and the knowledge that somewhere out there in a field behind a warehouse on 25E, the ground had already told us as much of the truth as it was ever going to. The rest was whatever the tape was still doing. 6.2 listening, where he disappeared. Words. It took me a while to admit to myself that I was going back out there because of the tape. Plenty of good excuses lined up when I first thought about it. I told myself I just wanted to see the place again now that I knew what had been under that strip of earth. I told myself I wanted to make sure nobody had torn down the fence or dumped more trash on top of where they'd found the fragment. I told myself I was just checking. But when I finally grabbed my keys late one night and slipped my phone into my pocket, what I checked 3 times before walking out the door wasn't my wallet or my gas level. It was that the 911 file was still on my phone. I chose a weeknight when the shop was closed and my kid was at his mom's. The sort of night when 25E is more trucks than anything else, their headlights smearing white lines down the blacktop. The sky was clear, a hard, dry darkness with a strip of stars above the tree line. The kind of night that feels thinner than other nights, like there's less between you and what's out there. I didn't drive all the way into the lot. I turned off the highway onto the access road, rolled slow past the sagging Keegan sign, and eased to a stop where the asphalt crumbled into dirt. The Keegan warehouse sat in my windshield exactly where Mark had said it would. A dark block of metal against a slightly darker sky, the loading bays like a row of empty sockets. One streetlight at the corner of the lot threw a weak cone of yellow over the first stretch of fence, making the links shine faintly. I put the car in park and turned off the engine. The dashboard lights dimmed automatically, leaving only the soft glow of the speedometer and the cold blue numbers of the clock. The radio shut up. In the sudden quiet, I could hear the ticks of cooling metal under the hood, the distant rush of the highway behind me, and nothing else. I killed the headlights too. The darkness outside stepped closer, pressing up against the glass like water against an aquarium wall. For a minute, I just sat there, hands still on the wheel, listening to my own second thoughts. Then I picked up my phone. I could have used earbuds, made it a private experience. That felt wrong. If I was going to bring Mark's last call back to the place where he made it, the least I could do was let the air hear him. I scrolled through my files until my thumb hovered over the familiar name, 911 Mark. original.mp3. Same file I'd listened to in living rooms and break rooms. Same sequence of sounds I could have recited in my sleep. Different room. I tapped it and hit play, then immediately turned the volume down to just above a whisper. Enough that I could hear every word, not enough to carry far beyond the glass. The car's speakers crackled for a fraction of a second, then the operator's voice filled the small space, tinny and clear. 911, what's your emergency? I stared out at the warehouse while my brother's breathing rolled in under the words. It was a strange kind of double exposure. His voice said, I'm in the lot behind the old Keegan warehouse off 25E, and my eyes supplied the exact line of sight he must have had containers, stacked behind the building fence, glinting under the same tired streetlight. Wind hissed on the recording. Outside, a breeze pushed at the grass near the ditch, making it ripple. For a moment, the two sounds lined up so neatly that I honestly could not tell where one ended and the other began. The truck noises in the background were the same way. On the call, you can hear vehicles passing in the distance, a steady whoosh and rumble that never quite resolves into anything specific. Sitting there on the access road, that sound bled right into the real traffic on 25E. My brain kept trying to separate them and failing, but the strangest part wasn't the overlap. It was the gaps. On the tape, there are moments where the wind drops for a second, where the highway noise seems to duck under my brother's voice like someone's hand on a volume knob. I'd always written it off as the line cutting in and out, cheap cell service, digital artifact, whatever. Out there with the real wind pushing against the side of my car and the real highway running those dips felt wrong, like the world outside was steady and the world in the phone kept skipping sideways. They're walking around my truck, Mark said, same as always. They keep telling me I can't leave. The first familiar hit came a second later, a solid thump against the side of his pickup somewhere just off mic. In my memory, that sound had always been an abstract thing. Metal meeting knuckles scare tactic. This time it slammed into the dark like someone had knocked on my own door. Closing my eyes made it worse. With the windshield gone, all I could see was his truck instead of mine, parked out there in the dirt behind the building hazards, strobing against container walls, surrounded by shapes pacing just at the edge of his headlights. The call's audio made the night around me feel crowded, even though I knew rationally that there was no one there. Then my brother said something I'd heard 100 times. They're behind me again, his voice pitched up and tight, a little closer to the mic, like he was watching his mirrors. I opened my eyes, stared at the warehouse, at the faint line of the fence, at the spot in the lot where his truck had been. I knew that place. I had stood there in daylight and under floodlights, and with a flag in my hand. I knew how the ground and the fence and the containers stitched together. On the recording right after, he said that there was another hit. Not a full-bodied slam like a fist, more like a quick, sharp knock. But for the first time, I noticed something about it I had never quite registered before. It didn't come from the center of the soundstage. It came from the left. Not metaphorically, not it kind of sounded more on one side. In the stereo field of the call, the impact was panned distinctly to the left channel, like whoever had hit the truck had done it a couple of feet off to Mark's own left shoulder. If he'd been in the driver's seat like I pictured, that would have put them at the driver's side door near the hinge. Close. Right up on him. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I stared at the warehouse and pulled up the mental blueprint of the lot, again tracing angles. The night Mark disappeared, he'd told me on the phone that he'd pulled into a dirt pull-off behind Keegan near the back fence. When I'd arrived, his pickup had been parked nose in, facing the container wall with its tail a few feet from that chain-link barrier. I remembered the tracks in the dirt. I remembered the way the hazards had lit the fence up in flashes. Driver's side with him sitting facing the building would have been to the left. And on that side, between the cab and the field, there had not been much room at all, a narrow strip of ground between the truck and the fence, maybe 3 feet wide. Enough space for a person to squeeze by sideways, sure, but not to walk around in the lazy way his words suggested. Behind him, the tailgate practically kissed the chain link. On the tape, though, when he said "they're behind me again," the sound of that hit on the left. "Doesn't make sense," I muttered, before I realized I'd said it out loud. On the recording, the operator was asking him if he knew the men if they were trying to get into the truck. Mark's answers overlapped yes and no, and I don't know, all tangled his fear, making him clumsy with words. Another hit came softer, this one more centered. Then a scrape like something hard dragging along metal. The wind noise shifted too, swinging from one side of the stereo image to the other, like he'd turned his head. I replayed the same 10 seconds 3 times in a row, thumb dragging the little progress bar back. Each time the left side knock landed exactly where it had before, and each time I pictured that too narrow strip of ground between truck and fence. In my memory of the physical space, nobody should have been able to walk comfortably around his truck on that side. In the tape's map of sound, they were doing laps. It was a stupid detail. An audio engineer could have explained it away in 10 seconds. Maybe his phone mic was picking up reflections weird off the dash. Maybe he'd twisted in his seat. Maybe the truck wasn't parked exactly how I remembered. 9 years, sandblasts, specifics. But sitting there with my car dark and the warehouse looming dead ahead, the mismatch between the world outside my windshield and the world inside my speakers made my skin prickle. The tape was supposed to be the truest piece of evidence we had, a frozen slice of what had been happening to him that night. Coordinates and sound. Yet the more I listened to it, laid over the real geography of Keegan, the less it seemed to line up. The wind on the recording cut out in little chunks that didn't match the breeze pushing at the weeds by the ditch. The hits came from angles that didn't quite exist. Somewhere toward the end of the call, when Mark's voice drops and that background mutter slips through it, sounded like it was coming from behind my head instead of from the cheap speakers in my dashboard. I sat there with my thumb on the pause button, listening to my brother say, "I'm in the lot behind the old Keegan warehouse," while my eyes confirmed that yes, he had been, and my ears quietly informed me that at least one of those worlds was lying. I had come out there thinking I could anchor the tape to something solid, to dirt and rust and a fence line. Instead, the two refused to snap together cleanly. For the first time, really, I began to wonder if the recording was just a passive thing we kept replaying, or if it was doing something on its own. I didn't stay long enough to find out. 6.3. Hearing something that wasn't there before. 1001,200 words. Grief makes people do math with things that were never meant to be measured. After the skull fragment, after the non-funeral, after the sheriff's call that said what we already knew, I found myself going back to the only part of the story that still felt live: the tape. I told myself it was about making peace with it, that if I broke it down enough, mapped every breath, and hit and hiss, I could prove to myself that all the weirdness I'd felt around it was just stress and suggestion. That the mismatched angles at Keegan, the way the hits sounded like they were coming from the wrong side of the truck, could be explained with decibels and echoes. Really, it was about not wanting to sit alone in a quiet house with the new knowledge of where his fragment had been. One night, a week after we got his remains back, I pulled my old laptop onto the kitchen table. The same scarred laminate where Bills went to die, where my son did his homework, where I'd signed the release form for the volunteers. I plugged it into the wall, waited for the tired fan to spin up, and opened a piece of audio software I had downloaded years ago to rip CDs. Nothing fancy. Just a free program with a gray interface and a timeline that turned sound into blue, jagged lines. I dragged the original 911 file into it and watched as his last call rendered itself into a waveform. On the screen, my brother's fear looked almost neat. Soft hills where he was breathing taller spikes, where he said certain words, thicker clouds of sound, where the wind shoved itself into the mic. The operator's questions were narrower, more controlled. The hits on the truck rose up as sudden vertical stabs, sharp and unmistakable. I slid the little cursor along the line until the time code in the corner read around 025. The part that had eaten at me for years, where the background mutter lived. Zooming in turned the gentle blue curve into a canyon full of sharp, irregular peaks. I could see individual syllables now, little twin mountains where consonants sat the shallower valleys between vowels. I didn't know the science behind it. Not really, but if you stare long enough, patterns start to float up. I dragged in the other file, the cleaned version some guy had sent me years back, dropped it on a second track beneath the first. The software layered them one over the other, one original, one filtered. When I zoomed both to the same scale, they lined up close enough to make my eyes cross. On the cleaned track, some of the smaller bumps had been shaved off. The general shape was the same, but the little hairs of background noise had been combed down. It made other things stand out more. Between 025 and 027, there was a cluster of tiny repeating spikes, 3 or 4 little stabs in a row, evenly spaced. On the original file, they were buried in the fuzz of wind and static, just a ragged patch on the slope. In the cleaned version, they rose above the shaved-down noise like the tops of fence posts. I played that segment on loop eyes, flicking between the shapes and the sounds. At regular speed, it was just that familiar mess, a breath, a puff of wind, a hint of a syllable that could be don't or over or something else entirely. But once I'd seen those spikes, I couldn't unsee them. They didn't look like random noise. Noise is chaos rising and falling without rhythm. These were tidy in their own way. 4 little jabs, almost the same height, almost the same distance apart. Like someone tapping their finger on the side of a cup, I muttered. I slowed the playback down to half speed. The operator's voice turned syrupy and deep, the wind a long exhale. Those 4 spikes stretched with everything else, becoming 4 distinct sounds in the smear. Duh. None. Pff. Something. I tried not to decide what they were yet. Once you name something, it's hard to call it anything else. It would have been easy to fall down the rabbit hole right there, start isolating frequencies, clipping things, convincing myself that if I just filtered enough, the tape would cough up one clean word that solved everything. I'd watched strangers on the internet do it. I'd watched them argue themselves into hearing whatever scared them the most. So instead of surgery, I tried something simpler. I changed rooms. That first night, I listened in the kitchen until my eyes burned from staring at the screen and the cheap overhead light. The fridge cycled on and off, adding its own low grumble to the house noise. Every time the compressor clicked off the segment, I was looping seemed to change flavor just a little. The next night, I moved to the bedroom. I shut the door, turned off the main light, and set the laptop on the nightstand with the screen dimmed. Lying on my back, with my head on the pillow, earbuds in, I let the same 20 seconds roll over me again and again. The background now was the soft whoosh of the HVAC through the vent, the occasional tick of the trailer frame settling. In the bedroom, that 4-spike pattern sounded flatter. Less like consonants, more like breathing. Like someone exhaling 4 short puffs between longer draws. It made me think of standing outside in the cold, talking faster than you should your lungs, having to play catch-up. A few nights later, when a late customer no-showed, and I found myself alone in the break room at the shop with half an hour to kill. I brought it up again. The break room had its own acoustic fingerprint, the buzz of the fluorescent tube above the hum of the vending machine, the distant clank of metal cooling out in the bays. The chairs creaked when you leaned back. The small TV on the wall, usually yelling, was mercifully off. In there, with the laptop open on the chipped table, the spikes sounded different again. There was a sharper edge to them, the syllable shape more pronounced. My brain leaned toward don't, this time the D and T feeling like they had little teeth. Don't. 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 On the cleaned file, the spaces between each of those micro blips were nearly identical. You could have set a metronome to them. I watched the playhead drift over them, the little vertical line crossing each spike like it was ticking off boxes on a checklist. By that point, the pattern had stopped feeling random and started feeling intentional. I just didn't know whose intention I was listening to, my brother's, some other man's, or my own. The last place I tested it was where I should have started. A different lot, different night, different warehouse. Keegan had become a crime scene, then a place I only visited in daylight when I absolutely had to. A mile down the highway, though, there was another pull-off, a gravel turnout often packed with 18-wheelers catching a few hours of sleep between runs. No cameras, no security lights, just trucks lined up like tired animals along the edge of the road. One Tuesday on my way home from the late shift, I pulled into that lot. It was just past 2 a.m. A handful of rigs sat idling nose to tail, their marker lights glowing orange along their sides, casting low halos on the gravel. A few had their engines shut off dark, and still the curtains drawn tight across their sleeper cabs. I parked my little car at the far end, away from them, engine off, headlights dark. The air smelled like diesel and wet dirt and whatever cheap cleaning product the last driver had used in the porta-john at the edge of the lot. I opened the app on my phone and loaded the file from there instead of the laptop. The waveform was a smaller, cruder thing on the screen, but I didn't need to see it anymore. I knew those 27 seconds like I knew the back of my own hand. I let the call run from the beginning this time, not just the haunted middle. Let his whole panic spool out while I sat there in the cocoon of my car. The operator asked, my brother answered, the wind hissed, the truck got hit. The same words, the same breaths. Out in the dark, a refrigerated trailer's compressor kicked on and off, a deep mechanical sigh answering the one in my earbuds. By the time I got to the end of the call, I'd checked 3 times to make sure no one was moving between the trucks. No shadows, no flashlights, no men walking around anybody's cab. Just machines and the occasional swallow of a driver's cough carried on the night air. On the tape, the operator was doing his job. "Sir, do you need an ambulance? Sir, are you still there?" The same questions that always hurt a little more because they went unanswered. In every other listen, this was the part where the call just thinned out. My brother's voice dropped, the wind fuzzed, and then the line died. The operator's "hello, sir" echoed into static, and that was it. End of recording, end of his documented existence. This time it didn't end the same way. It wasn't louder or more dramatic. There was no jump scare, no scream, no miraculous clean voice cutting through. It was just there, right after the operator's second "hello, sir," layered under the hiss, like something surfacing beneath foam, a whisper brushed across the edge of the audio. 2 words, clear enough that I didn't have to squint my brain to hear them, clear enough that they didn't sound like they could be anything else. He left. Not "don't move." Not "over here." Not "he sees you." Just a simple, flat statement spoken in a tone that could have belonged to a dispatcher or a bystander or something that had been watching the tape as long as we had. He left. The hair on my arms rose so fast it hurt. My first instinct was anger at myself for letting all those internet freaks get in my head. I stabbed at the pause button, then rolled the track back 10 seconds and listened again, eyes squeezed shut, heartbeat kicking against my ribs. Operator Hello Sir Static whined the faint ghost of my brother's breath. He left. I replayed it 5 times, then 10. Turned the volume up, turned it down, swapped ears. Took one earbud out so I could hear the real trucks idling in the lot outside their engines, a low blanket. Each time the whisper was there tucked into that tiny bit of space as if it had always been, and I just hadn't had the right combination of background noise and attention to catch it. I tried to tell myself it was pareidolia, that brain trick, where you see faces in clouds and hear words in white noise. I tried to convince myself that he left was just my own guilt talking back to me through a cheap pair of earbuds, finally losing patience. But the part that wouldn't let go was simple. I had listened to that call in more rooms than I could count, on more devices than I cared to admit. I had obsessed over that one muddled patch at 025 until it felt like a map of my own failure. In all those listens and all those years, I had never once heard those 2 words. Until now. Sitting in a dark car in a random truck lot off 25E, surrounded by sleeping machines and strangers with their logbooks half complete, the tape had spoken up like it had been waiting for the right night. He left. Not he was taken. Not he died here. Just a blunt little verdict. Gone. Absent. Past tense. I ejected the earbuds so fast they slapped against my chest. The sudden influx of the real-world diesel rumble, a dog barking somewhere down the road, a late train horn far off making my head swim. For a long minute, I just sat there with the phone face down on my thigh, the screen still glowing faintly through the fabric of my jeans. My own breath sounded too loud in the cab, loud enough to overlay itself on the memory of my brother's breathing until I couldn't tell which was which. It felt in that moment like I had been treating the tape as a static thing, a bottle holding a message we'd long ago read and reread until the paper wore thin. But that night, listening for the 100th time in the presence of other trucks on another empty stretch of road, it stopped feeling static. It felt tired. Tired of being dragged into new rooms played over muted TVs and under fluorescent lights. Tired of being frozen at the moment before everyone refused to admit what had already happened. Tired of us. It was like the tape was tired of waiting for us to accept that my brother was gone. It was starting to move on without us. 7.1. To the quiet before the tape. 901. Those intolerant words. By the time I got to this part of the story, the break room had gone so quiet that my own typing sounded wrong. It was a little after 2 in the morning again. Same time of night, my brother called me, same hour I've tried not to assign meaning to and always end up circling back to anyway. The shop had been closed for hours. The front bay doors were down, the open sign dark, the last customer long gone. The only light left on outside was the one over the side door, a tired yellow rectangle on cracked concrete. Inside, everything looked exactly the way you'd expect a tire shop to look at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. Out in the bay, the security camera feed showed a still life of tools and machines instead of people. One pickup sat half taken apart on the lift, its front wheels off, brake rotors bare, and rust-banded, the whole thing frozen mid-fix until morning. The shop lights were off. Only the exit sign over the side door glowed a soft, sickly green reflected in the truck's windows. The cameras rendered it all in flat grays and greens, turning the bay into a dim aquarium full of sleeping metal. In the break room, the overhead fluorescent hummed its steady insect whine. The mini fridge in the corner had been growling to itself all night, the compressor cycling on and off every few minutes, a background hum I'd learned not to hear. The vending machine next to it glowed with its usual strip of 2 blue LEDs, throwing light on rows of chips and candy no one ever seemed to buy on my shift. My laptop sat open on the scarred laminate table, casting its own rectangle of light over coffee rings and scratched initials. The document with this story filled the screen, the cursor blinking at the end of a line halfway down the last page. Above it, another tab waited open the Submit Your Story page for that horror channel's website, the form fields empty. Title, name, contact, attach file. I'd written almost everything you've just heard. I'd gone through the Thursday night at Keegan, the search, the podcast, the volunteers. I'd walked you through the skull fragment and the living room non-funeral and my stupid obsession with the waveform. I'd told you about the truck lot and the whisper I swear to God was never there before. All that was left was the thing I'd been skirting around, even now this part. The part where I stopped pretending this is just a long confession written for some stranger to read into a microphone and start admitting why I actually opened the laptop tonight. Because I could have kept this story in my head. I'd done it for almost a decade. I could have let the tape live where it had always lived, in a handful of devices in the sheriff's digital archive, in the ears of whoever still plays that podcast while they drive home in the dark. I didn't have to bring you into it. But I'm the one who clicked the tab for the horror channel. I'm the one who saw that little text box, tell us your true scary story, and thought, fine, you want true here. I'm also the one who realized, sitting here in the middle of the night with the cursor blinking, that I couldn't send it yet. Not without listening to the tape one more time. Not the way I've been listening to it for myself, trying to catch it out, trying to pin it down. For you. With you in the room in my head. The mini fridge chose that exact moment to shut off. The little compressor in the back clicked, the low animal hum died, and a heavy instant stillness fell into the break room. The fluorescent buzz stayed, but suddenly it was the only noise, thin and high, a wire stretched over a well. Silence is never really silence. You just start hearing things you usually let go. When the fridge stopped, I became aware of the highway in a way I usually don't from inside the shop. The building isn't thick. It's just concrete block sheet metal and bad insulation. Through it, the sound of 25E at 2 in the morning came in as a steady, low rush. Not individual engines or tires, just a continuous smear of motion, like someone had turned a faucet on miles away and left it running. It sounded a lot like the highway under my brother's call. Once I noticed that I started hearing other small overlaps. Out in the bay, some piece of metal expanded or contracted with the changing temperature, giving off a hollow, distant ping. A few seconds later, another tiny pop answered it from somewhere higher, maybe a bracket on the lift, maybe a spring in the pickup's suspension. Each one of those little sounds echoed the remembered thunks and taps from the 911 recording, the fist on metal, the scrape of something along the side of his truck. On the camera monitor bolted to the break room wall, the bay sat frozen in ghost tone green. The lifted pickup looked smaller on the screen than it felt in person, the empty wheel wells gaping. Every now and then, the camera auto-adjusted to some tiny change in light, and the image jittered a shiver across the pixels that made it look for a heartbeat, like the truck had moved. I watched that jitter out of the corner of my eye, while the highway breathed against the walls, and the vending machine's little LED fan made a very faint whir. It was the kind of moment where, if you're someone who believes in signs, you start seeing them everywhere. I don't know what I believe in exactly. I know what I've seen and what I've heard and what I still can't line up. What I did believe right then was that this didn't feel like the first time. The exact same break room, same table, same mini fridge, same camera feed showing an empty shop. Me alone at a stupid hour, my brother's last documented minutes sitting in a folder on my computer. The only difference tonight was that for the first time I was getting ready to hand all of it to people I'd never meet. I looked back at the laptop screen. The document scrolled up under my fingers past paragraphs of my own voice back to the top where I'd written the first lines hours earlier. I am not sending this to ask you to solve anything. I just want someone to hear what I heard on that tape and tell me if they hear it changing too. My hand hovered over the trackpad for a second, not because I didn't know what I was going to do, but because admitting it felt like crossing a line I couldn't back over. In the text box on the Horror Channel's site, the blinking cursor waited for a title. I clicked away from it. My story could be nameless for a few more minutes. What mattered now wasn't what I called it. It was what you were going to hear when it started to play. In the upper corner of the screen, the folder sat where it always sat. Audio. Mark. I moved the cursor toward it. The trackpad was slightly worn smooth under my fingertips in that spot from years of use, skin oils polishing cheap plastic. When I double-clicked, the folder opened and the list of files spilled down the screen. 911 original MP3, 911 cleaned MP3, podcast RRAP MP3, and buried a little lower down a newer one with a date attached to it from last month. I tried not to look at that yet. My breath sounded too loud in my own ears. The break room's thin walls let the highway in, let the occasional gust of wind push a dry leaf along the parking lot. Each tiny sound tried to hook itself onto the memory of something on the recording. The more I listened to the room, the more it sounded like a place getting ready to echo something else. I decided in that moment that if I was going to send this story in, I couldn't be the only set of ears involved anymore. I had to let the tape do what it does with someone besides me in the room, even if that someone was just a hypothetical you on the other side of a pair of headphones. I needed you to hear what I hear. Or to not hear it, which might be worse. I slid the cursor over 911 on an original.mp3. I decided I couldn't send this story without listening to the tape one more time. I typed into the document, the words appearing on the screen in front of me, even as my hand moved on its own. With you in mind this time, not me. The mini fridge stayed off. The fluorescent hummed. Somewhere in the bay, a piece of cooling metal ticked, once then fell quiet. I set my fingers on the trackpad and double-clicked. 7.2 playing it for you, 901 Saktunsalern words. I wish I could just drag the file into this page and let you hear it for yourself right here in this room with me. But all I can really do is walk you through it while it plays and hope your brain fills in the spaces the way mine does. When I double-clicked 911 original.mp3, there was that tiny obligatory pause, 1 second of nothing, while the old laptop thought about it. Long enough for me to hear the highway through the wall again, the vending machine's faint buzz, my own breath. Then the speakers clicked, and the call began. The operator's voice always hits first. Calm practice, the kind of tone that tells you they've heard everything humans can do to each other, and are still obligated to sound steady anyway. 911, he says. What's your emergency? In the recording, those words are a little thinner than they'd sound in person, phone audio shaving off the lower edges. They still land with a weight the room recognizes. Even in the break room with nobody else there, I felt my shoulders straighten a little, like some part of me was getting ready to report myself. My brother doesn't answer right away. You hear him first, as breathing a few hard pulls of air, shaky too fast. His cell mic picks up the wind scraping past a hiss on either side of his voice, and somewhere under that is the long, constant wash of highway noise. I'm in the lot behind the old Keegan warehouse off 25E. He blurts words tumbling over each other. There's two of them. They're walking around my truck. They keep telling me I can't leave. He sounds younger than he was. Panic does that to a person, strips the age off them. On the call at that moment, he doesn't sound like the guy who's dragged our family through hell and rehab and back again. He sounds like the teenager who used to call me from parking lots when his car wouldn't start. The operator launches into the script. "Okay, sir, slow down. Do you know these people? Are they trying to get into your vehicle?" You can hear him typing when he says it too. A faint little clackety under the question someone in another building putting my brother into a box of letters and fields. "I don't know," Mark says. "They said I owe them. They said don't move the truck. They said don't call anybody. I didn't, I just..." His voice fractures into noise for a beat, the wind surging. There's a hit then. Always in the same place. A smack of something hard against the body of his pickup right side of the stereo field this time. You can hear the metal flex, the sound traveling through the frame before the microphone catches the dull, hollow thud. In the break room at that exact moment, something out in the bay answered. I heard it through the wall, a sharp, unplanned clatter of metal on concrete. Not loud, but sudden enough to pull my eyes up from the laptop. It sounded like a wrench sliding off the edge of a workbench and bouncing once before coming to rest. The shop should have been still. No one else was there. Earlier, before I sat down to write, I'd walked through the bay, made sure all the tool drawers were shut, no airlines pressurized, no lifts moving. That noise was not on my checklist. I flicked my head toward the security monitor out of reflex. The green-tinted feed showed the same empty bay as before. The lifted pickup half disassembled. The dark rectangles of the closed doors. Nobody moving. No shadow where there shouldn't be. Whatever had fallen was out of frame or hadn't fallen at all. On the laptop, the operator didn't care. He couldn't hear my side. "Sir, are you in the truck right now?" he asks. "Are your doors locked?" Mark's answer comes out jagged. "Yes, they're behind me again. I can hear them, they keep." Another sound in the call, this one softer. A scraping slide as if something hard is being dragged slowly along the side of the cab. It's not the same angle as the first hit. It feels closer, more intimate, like a hand slowly tracing the outline of the truck's skin. I am aware suddenly of the vending machine's compressor kicking on in the corner. The hum swells, merging with the highway hiss leaking through the block walls, building a cushion of noise under the call. When that happens, my brain does something automatic. It starts subtracting. It picks my brother's voice out of the mix, lets all the other sounds blur into one big backing track. The call keeps going. The operator tries to pin him down. "Do you see any weapons, sir? Knives, guns? Are they threatening you?" Mark doesn't answer the questions cleanly. Fear and whatever else is in his system spin his sentences out of line. "They said I can't leave," he keeps repeating. "My engine died. They said I can't leave." They keep walking around the truck. If you've listened to enough of these, you get used to the structure. Call comes in. Problem described. Operator asks the same 7 questions in different outfits while they stall for time. Help arrives or doesn't. The tape ends. This one breaks the pattern in small ways. There are little gaps where the wind drops out too cleanly. Moments where the highway fades under his words, like something is ducking it down. It's subtle, but once you've heard it in this room, with this particular thin wall and this particular night behind it, you notice how artificial the silence inside the call feels compared to the one outside. On the screen, the waveform rolls forward. My cursor sits over the midpoint like a sniper waiting for a specific point in the beat. We get there sooner than I want. There's a flurry of noise, the background gets louder, like maybe he's shifted the phone, like maybe the men have stepped closer. One more dull impact, less distinct than the others. Then Mark's voice drops, not to a whisper, but to something lower, more ragged. He says something I still can't parse cleanly, a half sentence, swallowed by wind. And then the line starts thinning. The operator, still in his office, still listening to his headset, says, "Sir, are you there? Do you need an ambulance? Sir, I need you to answer me." Usually, this is where I hear the call give up. His breathing weakens, or maybe our connection to it does. The highway noise on the recording smears, the static rises, and then there's that hard, abrupt cutoff, like someone yanked the cable out of the wall. Tonight, something else happens first. Right as the operator says his first hello, the mini fridge in the corner gives one last half-hearted rumble and cuts off completely. The vending machine's cooling fan clicks down a notch. Out in the bay, whatever cooling metal had been ticking goes still. The sounds of my small fluorescent world collapse inward layer by layer until the only thing really moving the air is the whisper of my laptop's little fan and the audio coming out of its speakers. On the recording, the operator tries again. "Hello, sir." His voice, stripped of everything else, floats brittle in the space between the table and my ears. For a heartbeat, there is an actual overlap, his hello lining up with the way the empty shop feels like it's listening. I sit forward without meaning to. My elbows press into the table. My face is a little too close to the screen. The cursor crawls over the last few clusters in the waveform. The first time through tonight, the background noise at the end of the call sounds the same way it always has to me, like a wash of distant cars and wind. There's a smear there. Something that could be a voice or could just be the part of my brain that refuses to leave blank spaces blank, but it doesn't resolve into anything. The tape clicks off. The software stops. The little playhead freezes. For a second, all I hear is the highway real and present through the wall, now that the break room appliances have gone quiet. I am aware of my own pulse again, a sort of dull drum behind my ribs. Then I hit the spacebar and send it back. If you've ever watched someone rewind a story they don't want to tell, you know what it looks like: eyes going distant, lips pressing together, their whole body bracing. Replaying my brother's call feels a lot like that, except the person doing the bracing is me, and the person being rewound never gets a say. I drag the cursor to the point where the last hit lands and let it go from there. The knock, the scrape, the slip of his voice. The operator's hello pushing out into nothing. This time I nudge the volume up a few notches, enough that the cheap speakers distort a little around the higher parts of his voice. I lean closer, one hand cupped around my ear, like that will make any difference. In the break room camera feed, the empty bay doesn't move. The truck on the lift stays where it is. No tools slide. No shadows cross the floor. In my head, though, the lot behind Keegan fills in again. I see his truck where it shouldn't have been. I see men circling where there isn't room to walk. I see the patch of ground where the skull came up. All laid over this fluorescent box and this familiar cheap table. The call reaches those last seconds again. The operator's hello hangs there. Behind it, there is a rustle, a breath, a smear. Is it a word? Is it three? Is it nothing? By the second replay, I can't tell anymore. My ears strain so hard for meaning that they start inventing it, changing their mind with every run-through. Sometimes the noise tilts toward don't, sometimes toward over, sometimes toward something else, something I don't want to pin down. The more I listen, the less sure I am where his fear ends and mine starts. By the second replay, I wasn't sure if I was listening to my brother's fear or my own. 703, the cold ending. He came back. 1,001,200 words. I do not know how many times I hit replay that night. 2,510. Enough that the operator's questions and my brother's answers stopped feeling like words and started feeling like the sound a door makes when it closes the same way over and over again. On the screen in front of me, the waveform was frozen at the very end of the call, those last thin lines before the flat line of silence. In the corner of the break room, the vending machine's blue LEDs glowed against the cheap paneling. The mini fridge had gone quiet and stayed that way, like it was holding its breath with me. Outside the cinderblock walls, 25E washed past a steady rush I'd long ago trained myself to tune out. In the empty bay, the pickup sat motionless on the lift. On the camera feed, the grainy green image flickered every now and then, not enough to be movement, just enough to remind me that the shop was still here, still empty, still waiting for morning. On the second replay, like I told you, I could not tell where my brother's fear ended and mine began. His breathing, my pulse, the wind in his mic. The highway outside the shop, the lines blurred. I should have closed the laptop then. I should have saved the document, attached it to the email form, clicked send, and let the whole thing go live or die on someone else's content schedule. Instead, I dragged the cursor back one more time. Just a few seconds. Just the last hit on the truck, the operator's final questions, the part where the line usually unravels into static and then cuts out. I told myself it was so I could describe it better to you, so I wouldn't be tempted to exaggerate or sand off any edges when I typed this up. You can believe that if you want. I'm not sure I do. I hit play again. Knock. Scrape. My brother's voice, hoarse and fraying. The operator, "Sir, are you still there?" In the break room, the fluorescent flickered, buzzed louder for half a second, then settled. A car went by outside, closer than the highway tires, hissing on the side street. The sound found its way in through the back door and curled under the recording like a second layer of the same road. "Hello, sir," the operator said. In every version I've ever heard before, this is where the call thins out, goes watery. His last word smears, and then there's just wind and static until it clicks off. This time it took a different shape. The static came yes. The wind hissed across the mic. The highway on the recording blurred into the highway outside my wall, but underneath all of that, pressed into the noise like someone talking from the far end of a long hallway, another voice stepped forward. It was not my brother's. It was lower, closer to the mic than his had been. No panic in it, no catching breath. Just 3 syllables dropped into the gap between the operator's last question and the moment the tape usually dies. He came back, not shouted, not whispered in a horror movie hiss, spoken the way you'd tell someone the time. Matter of fact, almost bored right up against my laptop's cheap speakers. I froze. My right hand was still resting on the trackpad when it happened, fingers curved, ready to hit space and roll it again. They stopped like they'd been nailed there. For a couple of seconds, I did not breathe. I did not blink. My whole body narrowed down to those 3 words hanging in the fluorescent air over a cheap table in a tire shop at 2 a.m. He came back. You can tell yourself you misheard something once, twice. You can blame bad speakers, low volume, your own brain. I tried to do all of that in about half a second. Then I stabbed the space bar and rolled it back. Same slice of waveform, same seconds on the time code, same operator, same knocks, same scrape. I nudged the volume down this time, just a notch, the way you do when you're trying to sneak up on something. Hello, Sir Wind. Static. Highway. Nothing else. No extra syllables, no low voice. Just the same smear of noise I'd been chasing around for years, now stubbornly refusing to turn into anything. I played it again and again. I swapped from the laptop speakers to the cheap wired earbuds in my pocket, plugging them in with hands that did not feel quite attached to me. Hello, Sir Wind. Static. My own breath getting louder in my ears as I leaned closer and closer to the screen. On the third run-through, I thought I caught the shape of "don't again." On the fourth, it was over. On the fifth, just hiss. At no point did those 3 words "he came back" slide neatly back into place the way they had the first time. If you've ever seen something out of the corner of your eye and turned your head just in time to watch it dissolve into nothing, you know the texture of the feeling I'm trying to describe. That combination of humiliation and terror. The suspicion that the thing is mocking you by leaving just enough evidence to make you doubt your own sanity. I pulled one earbud out and let it dangle, then paused the track and sat back. The chair creaked under my weight, too loud in the small room. "Okay," I said out loud to nobody. "Okay. This is the part where I have to talk directly to you. The file I'm talking about, the one I played that night, is a straight rip from the original 911 CD the sheriff's office burned for my mother 9 years ago. I copied it to my laptop, then to a couple of backup drives, then to my phone. I do not have the skill or the software to edit audio beyond turning the volume up and down. I wouldn't know how to splice in a whisper if you paid me. The version I attached to the email for the horror channel is that same file. No filters, no compression, no cute little stinger sounds at the beginning or end. Just a scared man in a truck, a bored operator in an office, and whatever the hell else is in there riding along. If the channel decides to play it in their video the way I sent it, you're going to hear something when it rolls. Maybe you'll hear the knocks and the scrape and nothing else. Maybe you'll hear "don't move" or "overhear" or "he left the way other people online have sworn they do." Maybe you'll hear nothing but wind in your own apartment trying to talk over it, the fridge, the neighbors, the HVAC, or maybe you'll hear what I heard that last time in the break room. I can't promise you will. I don't even know if I would again, in the same room with the same speakers, on another Tuesday at 2 in the morning. I don't know if that line was always there and I just needed 9 years and this humming fluorescent light and this stupid, unreliable fridge to finally line everything up. I don't know if the tape is doing something I don't have words for. I just know that once in my life, at the end of that call, in the place where the operator's hello usually falls into a hole, I heard another voice say, "He came back clear enough to make my heart stop." You don't need to be a detective to see how many ways that sentence can fold itself. On paper, in every official report, Mark left that field the night he disappeared. The original search ended with the sheriff's office shrugging and saying he must have run, caught a ride, crossed county lines, chosen to disappear rather than face warrants and debts. Every reasonable theory starts with him leaving and never coming back. 9 years later, a skull fragment and some clothes surfaced almost dead center in the area they'd already searched to death. In the exact strip of ground a dog had refused to cross. In the spot they'd literally planted a flag in and labeled in their own notes as the middle of nothing. He left, and then somehow he came back. I don't know whether that's nature doing its slow, ugly work. I don't know whether some person put him there long after the fact, right under where the helicopter beams used to pass. I don't know whether the universe just likes cruel geometry. What I do know is that the night I finally decided to type all of this out and send it to strangers for entertainment, not for justice, not for closure, just so someone else would carry a little bit of it. The tape did something it had never done before. It said he came back. You can write that off as grief. You can file it under audio pareidolia and move on with your night. You can tell yourself that I've listened to this thing so many times, my brain finally cracked and started generating its own director's commentary. You might be right. But if while you listen to the 911 call in this video, you hear a man whisper, "He came back," then maybe it isn't just my brother the tape is talking about. It might be checking whether you came back too. Back to whatever empty place you thought you had searched enough times already. Back to the strip of your life you marked off with flags and told yourself there was nothing left to find there. Back to the field you walked through in the daylight, convinced you'd covered every inch, only to have something small and hard and undeniable surface years later right where you'd been standing. I don't have a lesson to tack onto this. No warning, no moral, no neat bow. There was no real funeral. There was no arrest. There was no moment where a detective came to our door with a neatly solved story and an apology for the delay. There was a bone fragment in a plastic bag, an urn on my mother's shelf, a handful of boots and fabric, and a digital file that refuses to sit still. When I finished typing this, the break room was as empty as when I'd started. The neon hum of the sign over the side door bled through the wall, faint and sickly. The fridge finally kicked back on with a low growl, like it had decided it had held its breath long enough. On the screen, the email to the horror channel sat open, the subject line filled in the file attached. The cursor blinked at the end of one last sentence I wasn't sure I should write. I hit send anyway. Then I closed the laptop. The audio file stayed where it was buried 3 folders deep on a machine that hums to itself in the dark when nobody's around. Whether it's quiet when I'm not listening to it is something I've stopped trying to confirm. Some things, once they come back, don't really leave again.